Cek cek. Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Rektor Universitas Negeri Makassar beserta rombongan di Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam Universitas Negeri Makassar. Welcome. Once again, welcome to the Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Makassar, and also the respected guest, keynote speakers. Thank you very much for coming to the 6th International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching and Research.
Yes, this joint conference is proudly organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science and the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will be starting soon. So, for our convenience, please set your phone to silent mode. Thank you.
Oke, dimohon untuk para hadirin untuk duduk di tempat yang masih kosong bisa diisi terlebih dahulu, lalu di HP-nya mohon untuk di silent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again we would like to welcome all of you to this joint conference, which is proudly organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences and the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar,
in collaboration with our esteemed partners from Universitas Sriwijaya,
Utrecht University,
Deakin University,
the National University of Singapore,
Widjaja University,
and the Queensland University of Technology. Once again, thank you. Your Excellency, Rektor of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Profesor Dr. Karta Jayadi, MSN.
the Honorable all keynote speakers, Professor Gigi Hans Meij, M.Sc, MBA, Ph.D, National University of Singapore.
Professor Wanty Widjaja, Ph.D. from Deakin University, Australia.
Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk, Utrecht University, Netherlands.
Dr. Jerico Pardosi from Queensland University of Technology, Australia.
Associate Professor Nazife Erkursum Özkan, Hacettepe University, Turkey.
Professor Dr. H.M.C. Eckhol from Utrecht University, Netherlands. And also the Honorable Vice Rectors for General and Financial Affairs, Professor Hartati, SSE, M.Sc, Ph.D.
The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Professor Suwardianas, M.Sc, Ph.D.
The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Syariah.
The Honorable all Vice Deans of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences and also Faculty of Medicine.
The Honorable Chairman of the Conference Committee, Insinyur Ansari Saleh Ahmar, SSE, M.Sc, Ph.D, IPM, ASEAN Engineering, APEC Engineering.
The Honorable all Head of Departments, Secretary of Departments, Head of Study Programs, and Head of Laboratory in Universitas Negeri Makassar.
And also the Honorable all presenters and all participants joining our event today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's raise our praise and gratitude to the Almighty God who still gives us mercy, blessing, and health so that we are able to gather here today for the 6th International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching, and Research in conjunction with the 11th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference
And with the first International Conference on Health, Medicine, and Longevity Research.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our event today by reciting Basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, and now, as a warm welcome, we proudly present a traditional dance from South Sulawesi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tari Padupa.
For delivering the Padupa dance. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, we would also like to give a warm welcome to Presiden Direktur Prodia, Widjaja, Ibu Dr. APT Dewi Mulyati M.Sc, for being one of our sponsors in today's event. Thank you very much.
Selamat datang, Ibu. Untuk acara selanjutnya. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, National Anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
For participants in this room, please stand up to sing the national anthem.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi panduk hidupku. Indonesia
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the success of this event, let's take a moment of prayer.
which will be led by Mr. Muhammad Ammar Naufal, Ph.D.
Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Amar Noval, PhD.
Cek set. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before we begin, let us take a moment to humble ourselves in prayer. May we seek divine guidance and blessings for our gathering today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amah yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd, kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise and gratitude are due to Allah, the Lord of all worlds, the bestower of mercy, and the source of all knowledge. May peace and blessings be upon his final messenger, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, and his noble companions. Oh Allah, our Lord, the Almighty, we thank you for your infinite blessings that have allowed us to gather here today for the 6th International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching and Research, the 11th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference, and the 1st International Conference on Health, Medicine, and Longevity Research. O Allah, the All-Knowing, the All-Wise, we humbly ask for your blessings upon this conference. Make it this forum of knowledge that earns your favor and enrich us all in line with our theme, designing for understanding, expanding research and knowledge in mathematics, science, statistics, and health sciences. We pray that you open our minds to new insights, broaden our horizon of understanding, and guide our efforts to expand the frontiers of knowledge for the betterment of civilization. O Allah, the giver of all good, bestow your grace upon our esteemed keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and the entire organizing committee. Grant them wisdom, health, and clarity of thought. May the research presented, the discussion held, and the collaboration forged herein become a continuous source of benefit for all of humanity, contributing to the advancement of our nations, the well-being of society. O Allah, the most forgiving, the acceptor of prayers, forgive us our shortcomings and accept our humble supplications. Guide this event to a successful and grant all participants a safe journey as they return to their respective homes. Our Lord, grant us good in this world and good in the hereafter, and protect us from the trials of the hereafter. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Ammar Naufal, for leading the prayer.
Okay, and then next, and now we proceed to the next agenda, report from the chair of the organizing committee.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please join us to welcome Bapak Insinyur Ansari Saleh Ahmar, SSI M.Sc Ph.D., the chair of the conference committee.
the the ho- the honorable rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Professor Dr. Haji Kartajawa Yadi MSN, the honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar and Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar. The Honorable CDR representative, Prof. Dr. Sukardi and Prof. Ratu Ilma Indah Putri from Sriwijaya University. The Honorable Prof. Hans Meij, Director of Academy for Healthy Longevity, Yong Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore, and also a speaker in this conference. The Honorable Professor Evelyn Bishop, Director of Longevity Education Hub. This is using by Zoom. And the Honorable Dr. Apoteker Dewi Mulyati M.Sc, President Director of PT Prodia, Widya Husada and all team. And special thanks for all speakers. The first, Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk from the Utrecht University, Netherlands. Professor Wanty Widjaja from Deakin University, Australia. Professor Harry H. Hall from Utrecht University, Netherlands. And by Zoom, Professor Dr. Jerico Pardosi from Queensland University of Technology, and Associate Professor Dr. Nazife Urkumsur Oskan from HTTP University from Turkey. Welcome to Makassar and enjoy Makassar. Okay, the Honorable all Vice Dean, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science and Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar. The Honorable all the department heads, the Secretary Department, Head of the Study Program, and Head of the Laboratory Program from MIFA Faculty and Faculty of Medicine. And Honorable, our teacher and our parents, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Arif Tiro, Ph.D. And all participant and all presenter and participant. Ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Let us praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala for His permission that's allow this event take the place. And we also send prayer to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Rector and ladies and gentlemen, in this event, we will to inform that ICMSTR is a biennial conference, and this year is 16th event, the 6th event, and any two conference again. She is a CEDAR and ICHMEL. ICHMEL is one annual conference, and for the CEDAR, this is 11th event, and the first time in outside of the Java. And the first years for the ICMEL conference. This conference is a cross-disciplinary collaboration between the statistics, mathematics, teaching, and research with the health, medicine, and longevity scope and area. Rector and ladies and gentlemen, before this conference has begun with the pre-conference. Pre-conference will be held on on 8 until 9 October in the Faculty of Medicine, and pre-conference workshop on 9 October at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science. And the main conference is today, 10 October 20 and 25. Alhamdulillah, this conference successfully brings together 129 present in hybrid format, offline and online. They from various university in Indonesia and abroad, spread across 26 campus in 12 provinces in Indonesia. From the Widjaja University, from the Hasanuddin University, from the UNJ Jakarta University, from the UNP Padang University, from the ITS Surabaya University, from the ITB Bandung University, and other campus in Indonesia. And also the authors of the conference from the 5 countries. This is Indonesia, Malaysia, Spain, Saudi Arabia, and India. And also in this conference, there are 254 participants from the academic research and study in hybrid format, offline or online. And this the result of the conference will be published in 4 international journals indexed by Scopus, and international proceeding indexes by Google Scholar and Garuda. On this occasion, we from organizing committee say thank you very much to Director of Universitas Negeri Makassar and all leadership for the maximum support given. Without full the support from the rector and all leader, the conference will not be carried out well and optimally. We also thank you to Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences and Faculty of the Medicine who hosted of the pre-conference workshop and this conference. And also committee members and also all sponsors from the Prodia and all participants and especially all the speakers. Thank you very much for attending in our conference. And especially for my team, our team in IT team from the UPA TIK UNM. Thank you for your support. And finally, before I close my speech, I want convey one reach atau saya ingin menyampaikan pantun. Yeah. Ya, saya cari dulu pantunnya. Karena sebentar kita akan ke Pantai Losari, saya pantunnya terkait pantun Losari. Before Pantai Losari indah menawan. Sunset terbenam warna jingga. Selamat datang di UNM para undangan. Kampus humanis tempat akademik kita berjaya. Rector and ladies and gentlemen, with this report, we report International Conference of the ICMTR, CADR and ICHMEL is ready to be official open it. And therefore, we hope and request the rector of Universidad Negeri Makassar will kindly give opening remarks and officially open this conference. I think that my speech in this change. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Dr. Ansari Saleh Ahmar, for delivering the reports.
Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Ketua Panitia atas laporan yang telah disampaikan. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the next agenda. Opening speech by Dean of Universitas Negeri Makassar, represented by Dean from the Faculty of Medicine Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Yeah, it's our honor to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine Universitas Negeri Makassar to deliver the opening speech.
Please give a warm welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Syariah.
Now this is my turn. I guess because this is the joint international conference and we are new here, so I'm going to talk for the first time on behalf of the whole organizing committee. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain, amma ba'd. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kartajayadi, MSN, andalan kita. The respected professors, here we have Professor Hartati as the Vice Dean of Finance and General Matter of Universitas Negeri Makassar. Vice Rector, yes. Vice Rector, sorry for that, apologize. And also we have Professor Maarten Dolk from Utrecht, Professor Zulkardi and Professor Ratu Ilma Indra Putri, the duo legend for us, from University of Sriwijaya, and Professor Wanty Widjaja from Deakin University, Professor Hans Meij from Yong Medical Faculty of National University of Singapore, and I think that's all the speakers. Ibu Dewi, President Director, it's an honor for us to have you here with us today. Good morning, everyone. And also the Dean of Faculty, Prof. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, or the Vice Dean, and our great organizing committee team from both faculties. We are so happy to have you working together here today. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome all of you. For the professor who the first time visiting Makassar, we welcoming you, warmly welcoming you today. It is both and a great pleasure for me to address this distinguished assembly at the International Conference on University Collaboration. For this collaboration, we have three international conferences: the 11th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference, and the 6th International Conference on Stats, Math, and Teaching and Research, and the first, we proudly present the first International Conference on Health, Medical Research and Longevity. On behalf of the organizing committee and our partner institutions, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation for your presence and participation in this important event. Today's gathering symbolizes not only our shared commitment to advancing knowledge, but also fostering the innovation, strengthening academic partnerships that transport transgeographically and disciplinary boundaries. Universities have always stood at the forefront of human progress, not only for nurturing the minds, but also for generating the knowledge and serving as catalysts for the change. So we are the agent of change for the world. In this global transformation, collaboration among the higher education institutions has become not merely an option, but a necessity. So it is very important for us together to working collaboratively for nowadays. And through this conference, we aim to explore new avenues of cooperations in joint research, especially academic mobility, innovation, and capacity building. All of these, we aiming to address the pressing challenges of our time. And also it is our belief that by combining our strengths together, not only our strengths, but also our resources and also our expertise, we can create more inclusive and sustainable future for education in society at a more larger scope. I'm confident that discussions and interactions over the next few hours and few days, and also last 2 days, will inspire meaningful partnership and actionable outcomes. Let this conference not only celebrate what we have achieved so far under the leadership of Bapak Rektor also, but also mark the beginning of the renewed spirit of collaboration and mutual trust among our universities. Finally, yay, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all participating institutions, our distinguished speakers, and the organizing committee for their dedication and commitment in making this event possible. May this conference be fruitful and marking the way for long-term cooperation, sharing the growth and enduring the friendship among our academic communities. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opening speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine.
Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih atas sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear remarks from the representative
Of the Southeast Asia Design Research Network. It is our honor to invite Professor Dr. Sulkardi, M.Com, M.Sc.
Please join us to give a warm welcome to Bapak Profesor Dr. Sulkardi, M.Com, M.Sc.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Rector, University Negeri Makassar, Professor Dr. Kartajayadi, MSN. I just know that you are a friend of my rector, Pak Taufik, yeah? The Honorable, of course, the Vice Rector, the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Science, Professor Suhardi Anas, also the Rector of Medicine University, Medicine Faculty, yeah? Ibu Nurus Syariah, Associate Professor, Sarjana Kedokteran, Mr. Master Application, long ago, yeah. Sorry. And of course, the distinguished speaker, Professor Hans from NUS, yeah? Professor Maarten Dolk from Utrecht University, Professor Ratu Ilma, Professor Wanty from Deakin, our college, yeah? And also the head of Prodia. Yeah? Prodia, I'm the patient of Prodia. And of course, of the Vice Dean, researchers, participants, and all of the participants from all over the Indonesia, even from all over the world in the Zoom, yeah. On behalf of the steering committee of CDR, it is my great pleasure to welcome to you to all the 11 CDR, 6 ICSMTR, and the first ICHMEL. It's very wonderful because 3 international conferences joined together in Makassar. Yeah? We are truly honored to have participants joining us across Indonesia and Southeast Asia and other parts of the world. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment to improving education through research, collaboration, and also innovation. The main theme of this year's conference, Designing for Understanding. It reminds us how important design-based research is in bridging the gap between theory and classroom practice. It challenges us to rethink how to design, test, and refine educational innovation that make real impact, dampak, yeah, on teachers and students alike. CDR was born from International Master Program on Mathematics Education in collaboration between Utrecht University, University Sriwijaya, and also University Negeri Surabaya. Then in consortiums, the first 3 CDR conducted in the University Sriwijaya, Palembang, then later on in the Padang, Banjarmasin, Aceh, Yogyakarta, Sanata Dharma, UNESA Surabaya, and the last year, the first international in Deakin University, and this year now in Makassar. So the CDR is going international, really international. Since that time, CDR has always been more than just a conference. It is a community of passionate educators and researchers who believe that learning together makes us stronger. Over tomorrow, I encourage you to share ideas, exchange experiences, and build lasting collaboration that extend for beyond this event. Allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, yeah, Bustang, especially for my side, and our partner institution, and of course, our keynote and invited speakers who have generously contributed their time and expertise. And to all of you, our presenters and participants, thank you for being here, for keeping this academic community vibrant and growing. Once again, of course, welcome to the 11th CDR International Conference. I wish you all inspiring, productive, and enjoyable conference experience. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Sulkardi, M.Com, M.Sc.
Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih atas sambutan dari Bapak Profesor Dr. Sulkardi, M.Com, M.Sc, representatif SIA DR. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great honor to have the Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar here with us today to officially open our International Joint Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us to welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Kartajayadi, MSN.
I can say first, so sorry, because there are a lot of speeches, even in Indonesia, everywhere, including in university. So I think many people from Indonesia, they good speeches, because everyone must be speech, must be speech. Okay. Sorry, I opened the notes first, because this is from commit for me to read. It is alone, so must be patient for I read all of the speech here. Baik, yang terhormat, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Good morning everyone. Yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas MIPA Universitas Negeri Makassar, Prof. Suwardi. Yang terhormat, ini yang tuan rumah dulu saya hormati. Tuan rumah dulu. Profesor Nurusya, Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran. Kemudian the Honorable, the Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference Representative, Bapak Profesor Sulkardi and Profesor Ratu Ilma from Sriwijaya University. Baru saja saya kirim fotonya Bapak ke Pak Rektor, Unsri. Ya, itu ada itu penanda itu Pak. Kalau Bapak pulang itu ada sesuatu lah. Ya kan saya bilang ini bangga sekali kami ada Unsri jauh-jauh dari Palembang ke Makassar. 2 kali naik pesawat. Kemudian the Honorable Professor Hans Meij, Director of Academy of Health Longevity, Yong in Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore, who is also a speaker. Thank you so much. And then Professor Evelyn Bischoff, Director of Longevity Education Hope. Oh, by Zoom. Yeah, by Zoom. Thank you for joining with us. Also, Dr. Dewi Mulyati M.Sc, Presiden Direktur of PT Prodia Widjaja Husada and all team. Terima kasih. Saya tuh deg-degan setiap menyebut Prodia. Karena saya percaya bahwa apapun yang ada pada diri saya, itu tubuh selalu memberikan sinyal. Kalau saya sakit, saya pasti ada sinyal. Kalau tidak sakit, ya udah saya makan aja. Makan segala macam. Ya, jadi saya makan semuanya. Beraktivitas semuanya. Meskipun teman-teman bilang itu perut dikempeskan dikit. Tapi sulit juga karena nyaman-nyaman aja. Lagian setiap postur itu ada penggemarnya. Orang hitam ada penggemarnya, orang gendut ada penggemarnya, orang kurus ada, orang tinggi ada. Jadi tidak bersaing orang. Enggak bersaing, masing-masing ada penggemar. Ya, oke. Special thanks for all speakers. Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk from Utrecht University, Netherlands. Thank you so much, my old friend. Ya. Kemudian juga Profesor Wanty Widjaja from Deakin University, Australia. Thank you. Profesor Harry Eickhoff from Utrecht University, Netherlands. And Dr. Jerico Pardosi from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, by Zoom. Associate Professor Dr. Nazib Erkursum Oskan from HCTP, University, Turkey, by Zoom meeting. And all commits and participants of this conference. Juga pada kesempatan ini saya ditemani oleh Ibu Profesor Hartati, Wakil Rektor Bidang Umum dan Keuangan, tadi sudah diperkenalkan. Jadi dia bagian dari saya, karena Wakil Rektor, Wakil Dekan itu bagian dari Dekan. Dia tidak memimpin orang, dia memimpin, mengkoordinasikan gagasan aja. Apa yang rektor pikirkan, apa yang dekan pikirkan, wakil dekan, wakil rektor harus jalankan. Bukan berdasarkan apa yang dia pikirkan, karena dia ikut. Gitu. Kalau dengan dekan, dengan rektor tidak. Rektor punya otonom, dekan punya otonom terhadap kepemimpinan. Oleh karena itu, forgive me for all guests from our outside, because maybe many people of Indonesia just enough for speaking in English, just enough, like me. Okay, this international conference is collaboration between three conferences. The 6th International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching and Research, and the 11th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference, and the inaugural first international. So Conference of Health, Medicine and Longevity Research, it gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome, especially to our keynote speakers who have accepted our invitation to convene the conference. Also, this collaboration conference is one of our education activities that covers a wide range of very interesting items relation of statistics, mathematics, teaching, health, and research. By taking participation of this conference, it's highly expected to all of us to share our research findings to society and continuously develop new ideas and knowledge. Those things are two significant steps in improving the quality of nation around the world, increasing our familiarity to each other, and even avoiding underdevelopment. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all organization committee, Conference for Statistics Department and Mathematics Department of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Medicine and CAIDL that primarily host this conference. Finally, this is great time for me to declare the official opening to this conference. I wish you a very enjoyable stay in Makassar. I want to welcome you again. And in Makassar, we say, selamat ngaseng ki di Makassar. It's a special for you, for not in South Sulawesi. Thank you so much. Enjoy for this seminar. I hope this successfully for us and for my nation, my Indonesia. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon izin Bapak Rektor untuk tetap berada di panggung untuk menyaksikan penandatanganan MOA dan MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will witness the signing of MOA and MOU. And for the first session between the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, with School of Education, Deakin University, Australia,
And then with Freudenthal Institute, Utrecht University, Netherlands.
and also with Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Universitas Sriwijaya dan Pusat Unggulan PMRI PISA. Untuk itu dengan hormat kami undang Bapak Dekan FMIPA Universitas Negeri Makassar, beserta para representatif dari Deakin University, Utrecht University, dan Universitas Sriwijaya, serta Pusat Unggulan PMRI PISA. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, and also the representative from School of Education, Deakin University, Australia, Freudenthal Institute, Utrecht University, Netherlands, and also the representative from Universitas Sriwijaya. So the first, we would invite representative from Deakin University.
Oke, baik Bapak Ibu semua hadirin, saat ini kami menyaksikan untuk penandatanganan dari Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam beserta dengan School of Education dari Deakin University, Australia.
Kita saksikan bersama saat ini adalah penandatanganan MOA antara Fakultas MIPA Universitas Negeri Makassar dengan School of Education Deakin University, Australia. All right, thank you very much. And for the next, between FMIPA and Freudenthal Institute, Utrecht University, Netherlands.
Untuk selanjutnya, penandatanganan dari Fakultas MIPA dan Freudenthal Institute, Utrecht University dari Netherlands.
Kita saksikan bersama saat ini penandatanganan MOA antara FMIPA dengan Freudenthal Institute, Utrecht University, Netherlands. All right, thank you very much. And for the next,
Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, with Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya dan Pusat Unggulan PMRI PISA.
itulah tadi penandatanganan MOU antara FMIPA dengan Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya. Terima kasih. Dan untuk sesi kedua adalah penandatanganan MOU antara Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Negeri Makassar dengan U Lolin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore, PT Prodia Widya Husada Tbk, and also Longevity Education Hub. And before that, we would like to invite the representative from NUS to and PT Prodia also to give remarks atau sepatah kata sebelum penandatanganan MOU. Dengan hormat kami persilahkan representatif dari NUS.
Bapak Rektor, Ibu Vice Rektor, Ibu Dekan, Bapak Dean, hadirin sekalian. Assalamualaikum. Apa kabar? Baik sekali. Saya tidak bisa bicara bahasa Indonesia sedikit. Itulah mengapa saya berbicara bahasa Inggris. Maaf. It's good to be here. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for this wonderful occasion. Yesterday I arrived, and of course I was received by your wonderful friends and my wonderful friend Biro. And the first question you always get when you are entering Indonesia, is this your first time? And I said, no. And said, how many times have you been here? I said, I have to count. And I couldn't really get back how much it was. And I was laying in my bed yesterday and I said, why can't I remember which number it is? Is it my 27th? Is it my 25th? I don't know. And they said, oh, that's good. That means that I am home. Since you don't count how much you're at home. So thank you for bringing me home, and thank you for this wonderful shirt. I really love it. I sent a picture to my wife. And she was really jealous, so I'm not sure that I have it long, but okay, I have it now. Thank you for my really big friend, Biro Wiraksono, who brought this all together. He is absolutely a hero in longevity, and I would say give him a hand of applause, since he is absolutely a hero to me. We started our academy a few years ago, and I will give a speech later, so I won't tell too much about it. But we are now opening here, and this is a special day, since I shouldn't have been here. Do you know why? Because we are opening our new center in Singapore today. So our dean is coming, and he said, "Where are you? You should be there." I said, "Sorry, this engagement was earlier. This was already set in stone by Biro that I should be here." He said, "Yes, okay, I give in. Will Andrea, your wife, be there?" Yes, she will be there. And he was much more happy than he was before. So they are there. They are doing their opening. They are sending the remarks from the dean and that she taped yesterday in the official opening. We will send pictures of our wonderful happening, and we have brought some presents. And I know that someone has my presents. Where are they? And yes, that's one of them, and there's another package. Come on, come on. Yes. Someone had my bag. Yes, that's my bag. Yes. Yes. That's Naura. She is my caretaker for this week. Okay. Of course, we come not with empty hands. We come with presents. I brought you several presents, since Singapore is a very generous country. You don't know what's in there, so hold your horses. Okay. First of all, we bring the token of friendship. That is the first token of friendship that we are handing out. It's here, the token of friendship of the academy, and that's for the rector.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we witness
the second present remarks the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, and that's, of course, for the faculty, and I give it to the dean, and with our wonderful president.
Give a round of applause. Thank you very much.
But that's not all. I have a present for you as well. Not for all of you, but some of you. You know, we are holding conferences and we're having courses for students. The course for students is called an incubator. You come to us 2 weeks long, and you can ask Bira how that is. That is a tiring 2 weeks, but are wonderful 2 weeks where you learn everything about healthy longevity for your next generation, for your next future, your future as leaders in care. Doctors are leaders in care. So what we bring you, and I give it to the dean, is 2 complementary admissions to the course. Those courses are very well thought after. There are 40 people selected from all over the world. You meet people from all over the world. You come to Singapore in July next year. You have to compete for it. There are 2 gifts for the incubator course, and I give them to the dean. And as last, we are holding conferences for the senior staff as well. We call them intensive courses, and they are held in February next year. And for the senior staff, for the intensive course, we have 2 free participant checks as well. This is for the intensive.
Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much for the generosity.
We take care of all the charges. No worry about that. That's what you do. You don't invite someone and say, "Hey, here is the bill." No, we don't do that. So we are looking forward for a wonderful and long-lasting friendship. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hans. Thank you for the generosity. And ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Presiden Direktur Prodia Widya Husada, Ibu. Alright, so now we are witnessing the signing of MOU between Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar,
and Yong Lulin School of Medicine,
National University of Singapore.
Oke, baik Bapak Ibu semua, ini penandatanganan terkait dengan MOU Fakultas Kedokteran dengan Yong Lulin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Professor Hans, for all the generosity for us. And ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Presiden Direktur Prodia Widya Husada, Ibu Dr. APT Dewi Mulyati, M.Sc, to give a warm welcome before the signing of MOU. Please give a round of applause for Ibu Dewi Mulyati, M.Sc.
Ya, thank you so much. Selamat pagi, yang terhormat Bapak Rektor dan Pak Dekan MIPA dan juga tentunya Ibu Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran. On behalf of Prodia, I would like to share our thanks to Faculty of Medicine of Universitas Negeri Makassar to invite us and also gathering us with the memorandum of understanding. It's very honor for us because we as a commercial lab, people know in Indonesia, Prodia Lab is commercial lab. We are actually not only commercial, but we are also have a research center in Jakarta. So we invite all the faculty of medicine member to making research in our lab, because we have also about 50 collaboration with Faculty of Medicine around Indonesia, and we did about 5,000 research in Prodia. So Prodia is commercial lab as a listed company, PT Prodia Widya Husada Tbk, but Prodia also the business center of commercial lab around Indonesia. We have 153 branches from Aceh, Banda Aceh to Jayapura, Papua. But we have also outlets in many clinics, doctor, and also hospitals. So totally we have about 370 something outlets. But our one of our philosophy is balance between research, science, and business. So business cannot strong without scientific foundation, and also science cannot support without money, without business. So this is our purpose to come to healthcare service, and I hope that this is collaboration will enhance our contribution to healthcare service, especially in longevity field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Apoteker Dewi Mulyati dari T Prodia Widya Husada. Okay. Selanjutnya penandatanganan Fakultas Kedokteran.
Kita saksikan bersama penandatanganan MOU antara Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Negeri Makassar dengan PT Prodia Widya Husada. Demikianlah penandatanganan MOU antara Fakultas Kedokteran dan PT Prodia. Dan saat ini kita saksikan pemberian piagam penghargaan dari PT Prodia Widya Husada kepada Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Negeri Makassar. Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, selanjutnya adalah penandatanganan MOU antara Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Negeri Makassar dengan Longevity Education Hub. Dalam hal ini pihak dari Longevity Education Hub telah bergabung bersama kita secara online. Dan kita saksikan bersama saat ini adalah penandatanganan Memorandum of Understanding between Faculty of Medicine Universitas Negeri Makassar and Longevity Education Hub. Thank you very much and please give a warm applause once again for Faculty of Medicine and Longevity Education Hub.
Oke, terima kasih. Dan untuk selanjutnya kami undang Dekan dari Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam dengan Pusat Unggulan PMRI PISA.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, saat ini kita saksikan bersama penandatanganan MOA antara Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam Universitas Negeri Makassar dengan Pusat Unggulan PMRI PISA. Dalam hal ini diwakili Oke, baik, terima kasih. Kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Dekan dan representatif dari Pusat Unggulan PMRI PISA, Bapak Profesor Dr. Sulkardi M.Com M.Sc. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, selanjutnya adalah penandatanganan MOU dengan Universitas Negeri Makassar
dengan dua mitra dari
yaitu
School of Education, Deakin University Australia
dan Utrecht University Netherlands.
Yes.
Untuk itu dengan hormat kami undang Bapak Rektor dan representatif dari Deakin University.
Oke, baik Bapak Ibu, kami menyaksikan penandatanganan MOU dari Fakultas Kedokteran dengan School of Education Deakin University Australia.
Saat ini kita saksikan bersama penandatanganan MOU dari Universitas Negeri Makassar dan Deakin University Australia. Please give a round of applause. Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah. Kami ucapkan terima kasih sekali lagi. Dan selanjutnya kami undang, we would like to invite the representative from Utrecht University for the MOU signing with Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Kami undang dari representatif Freudenthal Institute, Utrecht University, Netherlands.
Saat ini kita saksikan bersama Rektor Universitas Negeri Makassar, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Kartajayadi MSN, sedang telah menyelesaikan penandatanganan MOU dengan representatif dari Utrecht University, Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk. Terima kasih. Please give a round of applause for all the collaboration between Universitas Negeri Makassar and all collaborating institutions. Okay, after the photo session, we will have a tumpeng cutting ceremony. Kami mohon untuk tetap panggung karena setelah sesi foto akan ada prosesi pemotongan tumpeng. Dengan hormat kami undang Bapak Profesor Arif Tiro untuk turut bergabung ke panggung untuk prosesi pemotongan tumpeng. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now witness a traditional Indonesian procession symbolizing gratitude and blessing to mark the opening of this ceremony and also to commemorate the anniversary of Statistics Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Oke, sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan terkait dengan pemotongan tumpeng. Pemotongan tumpeng di Indonesia merupakan tradisi budaya atau tradisional Indonesia yang melambangkan rasa syukur dan harapan akan kebaikan.
Berbagai institusi kolaborasi dengan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Makassar dan juga berkolaborasi dengan beberapa institusi baik di tingkat nasional
National University of Singapore.
And we will also have Professor Wanty Widjaja, Ph.D. from Deakin University, Australia.
And then Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk, Utrecht University, Netherlands.
And also we will have Associate Professor Nazive Erkurzun Özkan from Hacettepe University, Turkey.
Iya, baik Bapak Ibu dan hadirin dimohon untuk tetap berada di tempat karena sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan keynote speaker dari pembicara yang sangat luar biasa ya.
Betul sekali. Jadi di keynote speaker session pertama ini akan ada 4 pembicara
Ya,
internasional.
Betul sekali dari
Ya, betul sekali.
Ya.
Dan untuk sesi pertama ini akan didampingi oleh moderator Ibu Dokter Nurul
Nurul.
Mufidah Damri, ICSMTR. Dan sebagai informasi, setelah keynote session setelah keynote session pertama juga akan ada keynote session kedua. Baik hadirin, kita saksikan, kita bersama-sama mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Rektor. Terima kasih sekali lagi kami ucapkan atas kehadiran Bapak Rektor dan juga Ibu Wakil Rektor atas kehadirannya membersamai kita semua dalam pelaksanaan ICSMTR hari ini.
Ya, terima kasih kepada Bapak Rektor yang sudah membersamai kami ya di sini untuk melakukan opening ceremony pada
Betul sekali.
conference
Tentu saja
hari
itu
ini.
adalah kebanggaan
Iya,
untuk kita.
betul sekali.
Beliau yang sangat sibuk
Betul
bisa
sekali. Bisa sempat hadir ya.
meluangkan waktu untuk datang ke FMIPA.
Oke. Mungkin bisa kita ulang lagi terkait dengan keynote session 1 and then about the moderate-nya.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the first keynote session. And in this first keynote session, we will have 4 speakers. Professor J.J. Hans Meij, Ph.D. from NUS Singapore.
From Professor Wanty Widjaja, Ph.D. from Deakin University, Australia.
Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk from Utrecht University, Netherlands.
And then Associate Professor Nazive Erkurzun Özkan, Hacettepe University, Turkey.
And as the moderator,
Yeah, welcome to the first keynote session moderated by Dr. Nurul Mufidah Damri, ICSMTR.
Please give a round of applause.
Please give a round of applause for
our moderator.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you, our distinguished guests, respected university leaders, keynote speakers, fellow lecturers, researchers, and students who are joining us both on-site and online, I believe, from around the world. And before we begin, allow me to extend our deepest respect and warm greetings to the Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, the Vice Rectors, the Deans and Vice Deans of faculties, and also all honorable academic leaders of Universitas Negeri Makassar. It is such a pleasure to see everyone gathered here this morning, ready to learn, to share ideas, and to be inspired by our keynote speakers today. And my name is Dr. Nurul Mufidah Damri, and I'm a lecturer from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. And it is truly an honor for me to serve as your moderator for our first keynote session this morning. And as mentioned earlier, this wonderful event is a collaboration of 3 international conferences, where the first one is the 6th International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching and Research, and the 11th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference, and the 1st International Conference on Health, Medicine and Longevity Research. This collaboration unites researchers and educators from around the globe, connecting science, education, health and innovation through meaningful exchange and collaboration. This morning, we are very honored to have 4 distinguished keynote speakers from Singapore, Australia, the Netherlands, and Turkey, who will share their expertise and perspectives across diverse but interconnected disciplines, where each speaker will have about 15 to 20 minutes for their presentation. And after all 4 presentations, we will invite all keynote speakers back to the stage and screen for a joint Q&A session. So without further delay, let us begin our first keynote session, where our first speaker is Professor J.J. Hans Meij, Master of Science MBA Ph.D. from the Academy for Healthy Longevity, Yong School of Medicine, National University of Singapore. Allow me to share a brief overview of his background. Professor J.J. Hans is the co-founder of the NUS Academy for Healthy Longevity at the National University of Singapore. He plays an active role in advancing the field of longevity medicine through education, clinical research, and translational innovation. In addition to his work in Singapore, Professor Meij is also the chair of the Outpatients Division at the Amsterdam University Medical Center, the Netherlands. Please join me in welcoming Professor Hans Meij to the stage. Welcome, Professor. Yes. Yes, maybe we can help Professor.
And my slides should be on stage now. Yes, it's working? Yes, it's working now. Thank you so much. And can I have my slides on screen? Yes, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a world that is changing from long-lived to longevity. And what is that? And I will explain it to you. In the afternoon session, we will go to the medical side of healthy longevity. I'm now more looking at the movement, what is going on, what is changing in medicine and what is changing in society. First, a little bit about myself. I am interested in older people. This is one of my neighbors in the time that I was living in Ghana, in Africa. She was 85, she was still smoking pipe. You shouldn't do that, and you know that. I won't ask who is smoking, but if you're smoking, stop it. I'm working at an Amsterdam University Medical Center and in Singapore, as you know. This is one of our outpatient clinics. And as you can see, I live in a very old house in Holland. This is a house from 1654. We keep our old things really well. This is what I miss when I'm here. That is my standard poodle. It's a really big dog, and he's called Fritz. And you can see he wears scarves because it's winter in Holland at the moment. And this is what I miss the most. This is my wife, and we together, yes. And I know you're thinking, how is it possible that such an ugly man marries such a beautiful woman? Well, I can tell you, she is interested in aging as well. And so she chose a very old person to test. And that's me. What are we talking about? Longevity is in, it's hot. It is all about blue zones, and you know what who knows what blue zones are? Is there anyone who knows what a blue zone is? Nobody? I will tell you. I'm quite sure that Weird knows, but he doesn't want to tell. A blue zone is a zone where people are exceptionally old compared to other people. And that's happening in Okinawa, in Japan. It's happening in Italy. It's happening in Costa Rica. And it's now happening in Singapore, where I live. And that's strange, since that we are completely different areas in the world. Okinawa is a remote area where people are living on sake and have a very, very tranquil life. Singapore isn't. But what is happening is that the population is getting extremely old compared to other situations. And it's not only there in the blue zones. The blue zones are exceptional. But there are still areas in the world that are exceptional, but on general, as you can see, life expectancy is increasing. And you can see that here, this is where we started over the years, and it's still increasing. Don't look at the last slide, that's not, the last bar, that's not important, but this one is the bar that we're talking about. It's still increasing, and there's still no end. And if you're a statistician, you are allowed that if there is no decline or no dip, it's allowed to just draw the line to the future. So if we don't see any dip, except for instance, COVID results in a dip, but if you don't see that kind of exceptional things, you can project that you're going through the roof. It's still increasing. And of course, it's different in different countries. I don't know why the slide is not so very clear, but I'll explain it to you. This is Japan. This one is Singapore, it's going through the roof. But this one here, this is the south of Africa, this is the middle of Africa, this is in Congo. So there are huge differences. And the difference is between a life expectancy of 74 and the highest is 89. That is 15 years difference. That's only due to effects of environment, effects on lifestyle, effects on medical care, and of course prevention. And you can see that if you cluster it, Africa is quite low. The difference between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy, because you can become 80, but if you start having your first disease when you're 60, you have 20 years of unhealthy life expectancy. So you have life expectancy, can be 80 or 70. In the situation of Indonesia, it's 74. But the healthy life expectancy is lower since you start getting disease. And that gap, that is where medicine comes in. We are trying to close that gap. And you can see there are differences, but the Western Pacific, where you belong to, that is Southeast Asia. This is Southeast Asia. Here you are. And you can see this is the healthy life expectancy. The green one is women, of course, since women have a better life expectancy. And male is in blue, and the general average is in red. And here you can see the gap. Gap is huge. You can see that the gap here is less. Gap here is huge. So here we have something to do. Healthcare should do something. Look at the figures of Indonesia. You came in 2010. Oh, this is 60 years, and that was 69. That was in 2010, and we are increasing. It's the same line that you saw worldwide. You are still increasing, and that is 71. This seems so logic, but it isn't. Increasing life expectancy is absolutely hard work. You should work on your environment, you should work on your sewage systems, you should work on your infectious diseases, and you should work on your chronic diseases. And there are huge differences, even within a country. I'll show you. This is Indonesia, you recognize that. And we go from left to right. The blue, let's say the blue zone of Indonesia, is here on Bali, and on the far end near Manado. You can ponder about why it is. We have all kinds of explanations. There are wonderful articles that you can read about it. But there's a huge difference, and the gap is about 7 to 8 years. Difference between the life expectancy here and the life expectancy of the worst, and that is Papua. Then northwest, Sumatra is doing well. East of Java is doing well. East of Borneo is doing well. We are somewhere here in the middle. This is, as you see, Sulawesi. We are absolutely seeing that we have a job to do. We can do better. We should be here. And we can do it since this area is already there. It depends on lifestyle, depends on the number of doctors, depends on the quality of doctors, and so it is depending on you as well. And even if you look within one very small country, I don't know whom of you have ever been to our country, but our country is not even 100 kilometers wide and about 250 kilometers long. Extremely small. You it's just a post stamp here on the map of Indonesia. So here you see a plot where, and I'll guide you through it. This is, this is, yeah, oh, that's better. The distribution within the country. And you can see that there is a huge difference. This is the best, a small country, a small village, Eemnes. I say it for my Dutch colleague. If you live in Eemnes, you have, near Utrecht, then you have the best life expectancy. Yes. If you live in the southwest of Holland, and that's projected here, you have the worst life expectancy. And here, the difference is again approximately 7 years, only within one country, depending on socio-economic standards, on the provision of healthcare, and on the measures in infectious diseases. And what we see is that especially infectious diseases caused the rise in life expectancy. You see a nice, this is one of the last that I show you. You see here the let me see, the all-cause, this is the all-cause mortality. So all the reasons that you die, and they are coming down. So the disease is coming down, and of course we understand that. In 1900 we had enormous amount of infectious disease. Here we have Spanish flu, and then it comes down. But it only comes down because infectious disease goes down dramatically. This is chronic disease, diabetes, heart disease, all the kind of nephrology disease. This is stable. So we're doing a lot, but we are not curing the real disease. We won't cure disease, we do prevention. This is infectious disease, and infectious disease is prevention and suppression. So on infectious disease, we're doing fine. On chronic disease, we're doing massively wrong, next to nothing. And you can see that here. In Australia, I worked in Australia a few years ago, so that's why I'm using this one. You can see that the increase of chronic disease is incredible. Blue is good, pink is horrible. Pink is more than 3 or more diseases. And you can see that over the years, from the years until 45, well, approximately 65% has a perfect health, no disease at all. But if you look at 65, that is only 20 years later, it decreased to 15%. That means that chronic disease are our biggest problem. And the problem is, and this is a graph of myself, if you put more money in an old body, at a certain moment it won't help. So you can put millions and millions of dollars in a body that is already almost deceased, but it won't help. So there is a limited amount of money that you could spend. So the investment in special care, predicted on the X-line, and the added value for a patient is at a certain moment going down. So at a certain moment, for an old patient, it's better to do nothing or to do other things. But the more you spend on a young body, the better it goes. So if you spend a lot on a person of 25, it's good. A medical investment on a body of 80 is not necessarily good. So you have to question yourself, do I do the right things, or should I do something else? It doesn't necessarily increase lifespan if you do a lot of surgery on a very old person. So always take care. And that brings us to the task of the longevity. I don't know how much time I have. Is someone taking care of time? I do it myself. I have 5 minutes. No, that's very Dutch. So we're looking at change. We want to change. This is the normal situation. We want to increase the healthy lifespan and reduce the sick lifespan. And that seems logic. And that is by changing, and that's the last slide I want to show you in this. This is the whole concept. The whole concept is that a body is at a certain moment going down. And you can see that in your parents, in your grandparents, or even in yourself. At a certain moment, it starts declining. And there's a moment, and that you see some decline in 3 different people. And the decline is different. Since I'm aging different than my brother, or than my sister, or than anybody here in the room. Someone is old at 70, the other is old at 75. That's completely normal. And what's happening at a certain moment, we have a threshold. We have a threshold, and if you reach that threshold, we call you sick. At a certain moment, you have a blood sugar of 10, and you come to a doctor, and he said, that's too high, we have to treat you. But what happened before? We are not a snapshot, we are a journey. Our whole life is a journey. So our healthcare is a journey as well. You can see that since this is the healthcare journey of an individual. And at a certain moment, that's what healthcare does. If the measures are good, you're here, and we say, oh, you don't have to do anything, you're fine. If it's here, we call you sick, and we try to start treating you. But is that right? It's a dichotomy. Black is good, white over red is wrong. You should go and do something. But that's a strange concept that we won't use anywhere else. So what you should do is try to lift the situation and see whether you should start earlier. Since if this is healthy and start here, and this is sick, what is in between? How do you call that in between? We know that this is happening. We can see it happen. And you go to the doctor every year, or when you are worried, and the doctor said, well, it's going down a little bit, but not to worry, not to worry. And we don't do anything. And here, bang, here we have to do something. So that's not normal. What we should do is try to extend this line until it goes that way. Since then, you have a longer, healthier life, and it takes longer before you reach the threshold line. So this is what healthy longevity is all about. It's not about the total life years, the chronological life years. It's about the healthy life years. The amount of years that you can extend this. And what doctors should do is not wait until you're here, but extend life until somewhere things start to drop. There's always a moment that starts to drop. So lift up the line and try to do it as early as possible. Don't start when you're 60, but start now, you and you youth. You should know what you do and how to live healthy. We are going to speak about it in the afternoon. And I give you all kinds of examples and all kinds of exercise, don't worry. And try to extend it as long as possible. I think that is for the moment what long health and longevity is all about. We, as the Academy, started an educational side and a research side. We have our conferences and our intensive course. I brought with me the flyers for the intensive course and the incubator. Incubator is for young people who want to invest in internal medicine and healthy longevity. It's a 2-week course. You come to to Singapore and you are drowned in longevity. And ask Birao Sono, he is here and he knows everything about it since he was there twice. He failed the first time and then he said, that's not right, that's not correct. He came back as a junior mentor. He was very good. So thank you so much. This is what health and longevity is all about. We speak about tonight in the afternoon a little bit further and deeper, and then it's more medical and more focused on geromedicine and the future of health. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I believe we had a good insight on what longevity is from his presentation, and you may take a moment to rest for a while as we continue to the next speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Wanty Widjaja, Ph.D., from the School of Education, Faculty of Arts and Education from Deakin University, Australia. Professor Wanty Widjaja is the Associate Head of School International Partnerships at the School of Education, Deakin University, Australia. And Professor Widjaja is a distinguished scholar in mathematics learning, known internationally for her work in teacher development, design-based research, and educational innovation. Professor, whenever you want to start, you may start. Can we have a round of applause for Professor Wanty Widjaja?
Good. Oh, good. It's working. I just need to turn it into. Oh, still not slideshow. Give me 1 second.
Can we have some help for Professor Wanty?
That's where you have to go. Sorry for the wait, but maybe while we are waiting for the slideshow, is it coming up or not? Maybe. Okay, thank you so much for your help. So, okay, so my name is Wanty. I'm from Deakin University. Thank you so much for inviting me today. So what I'll share today my journey as a researcher in implementing design research in education, and I'll share some of the research projects that I've been involved with, and I'm trying to make a connection with the earlier talk as well if possible, although it's a kind of like a simple connection rather than a medical sort of like examples. But let's start by just like going back. I know that many of you attended Maarten's workshop on design-based research yesterday, so this must be something that you probably already learned, but just a recap quickly, that design-based research basically is a methodology that involves us designing or a particular sort of like learning activities or intervention in schools or in classroom, and then we as a researcher systematically studying those intervention or design in an iterative cycle. I know many of you have done design research in the past, so this is not new knowledge, but for some of you who might not be familiar with design-based research, these are some of the characteristics of design-based research that we know that, in terms of our role as a researchers, we want to implement appropriate or design appropriate activities so to support learning of the students or of teachers. So, and then in the process, gather systematic evidence of what happened when we implemented those designs. One of the strengths of design-based research is actually the opportunities for collaboration between researchers and practitioners, so either researchers and teachers or researchers and teacher educators. And also I think in the medical field, the researchers in medical field also use design-based research. In terms of education, I think often people ask questions, what is the difference between DBR and action research. I think one of the key difference is that in DBR or design-based research, there's more explicit attention to building theory, although we call it small theories rather than big theories. And there are a lot of similarities between DBR and action research as well. Yeah, but that's one of the key difference is the attention to or the theoretical intent in the process. Oh, sorry, I think. Just going through quickly, I think many years ago, Maarten and I and Pak Fauzan and Alan, when we started the design-based research task force, or we call it design research task force, we kind of like tried to model what's DBR look like in practice, and then identify the processes that are involved in the different phases. So, and we added that knowledge phase before the designs, because we realized when we design something, we need to actually use our knowledge of the students, our knowledge of the content, our knowledge of the classroom environment and the classroom norms to design, you know, a particular learning activities or a workshop, professional learning and things like that before we implement it and reflect it on those experiments. So that's just making it quite explicit in the process. Please remind me of time. Yeah. Okay. So one of the projects that we are finishing, and this is funded by the Australian Research Council, and I presented before in several seminars and conferences, but I tried to make a connection with the previous talk by Hans. So one of the sequence of the learning activities, so this project is across 4 different universities and funded by Australian Research Councils, focusing on developing primary teachers' adaptive expertise, because we want teachers to be able to be flexible, to be able to, you know, plan a lesson that has a very strong deliberate practice element and have the deep knowledge of the content. So one of the lessons that we focus on is looking at, you know, we call it fingers on the pulse, because, you know, it's connected to interdisciplinary between science and mathematics, where students explore the idea of what do we know about our heart rate. So just quickly, what do we know about our heart rate? Anyone would like to volunteer? How do you measure your heart rate? Because before we talk about longevity. So does heart rate impact of very important to understand when we want to live longer? Bustang, what do you think? Smartwatch, yeah. That's cheating. Okay. Heart rate is increasing when we do physical activities, yeah. Rest. Yeah, thank you, Bustang. That's good. Like you mentioned, some of the answers that we want to actually get students to think about in everyday context. That, you know, physical activity on our heart rate, but also you mentioned about if our heart rate is too high, that can be very dangerous. So we need to know also what do we need to do to actually lower down our heart rate. What does that impact on our body? How does our heart rate increase and decrease? So sort of like in our everyday context, how do we measure our heart rate if we want to do it manually, not using the smartwatch? What is beat per minute means in our everyday context? These are the concepts that children from young can actually start to explore. So in primary school, you know, you can actually start to bring this idea of, you know, connecting your body, understanding your body with mathematics, also connected to statistics, because when you collect the data of the class, you notice that there is a big variance. Like, you know, some children have a very low heart rate, but when they are doing the same activity, but some have a very different heart rate. Why? So you can ask a lot of actually questions to get students to think about the reasons. What are variables. What are some of the variables? How can we explain those differences? And this kind of like lesson actually open up the interconnection between mathematics and biology, but also maybe you know, the statistics for sure, but also like everyday lifestyle, right? Like, you know, healthy lifestyle. Getting students to think about their hypothesis, how to form hypothesis, how to check, how to justify their scientific experiment, and then reflect on their experiment. So those are the questions that we get students to really start to think as a scientist and little mathematician. So these are the overview of the learning sequence. I don't have time to actually go through that in detail, but you can see across the different lessons, there is a focus of the mathematics focus and the science focus, but obviously you can broaden it up with other content areas. Because of the time, I will just go through very quickly, but then I'll share the handout and the slides with you, and if you have any questions, open up for a conversation later on. So we actually have 5 schools in total, but in this presentation, I'll focus on the 2 schools, School A and B. And then these teachers actually implemented the activity in the classroom with the students, and you can see the students trying to find their pulse or their heart rate, and then testing that with the activity with the teachers in the classroom. And then they discuss and explore the concept of beats per minute. And some of the reflection from the teachers is that there is, you know, challenges in terms of the teachers' expertise in supporting this kind of activity, because they realize there's a big spectrum of different abilities, learning abilities of students. One of school is implementing it in year 4, and the other school is year 6. But they realize, you know, some of the students in the low ability, they need to actually do a bit more scaffolding, and then also a challenge for students to cater for different learning needs. And the other challenges that they face is actually aligning it with the school curriculum. And it's a challenge for us because, like, you know, even the concept of rate in Australian curriculum is actually taught in secondary school. But you know, if you actually get students to think, probably the idea should be starting earlier, and the curriculum doesn't really kind of like support it. So it's a bit of a challenge. So the second project that I would like to kind of like bring out today is the one that we have done some years back. And this is looking at how to support teachers to be developing a capacity to be able to promote and assess reasoning, mathematical reasoning in their classroom. This is the aim of the project, or the aim of the program. As you can see, that the focus is on teachers' capacity building and developing resources to support student reasoning. One of the earlier things that we learned quickly is that teachers need to be aware that it takes time, because changing classroom norm, if they are not used to bring out reasoning in children, it will take some time, and we learn it from our Indonesian experience as well. And the importance of actually clarifying and establishing expectations for students to communicate and justify reasoning to one another. And this is the example of different tasks that we use to engage students in reasoning. So we have several publications coming out of the project, and we developed sort of like a rubric to support teachers to be able to assess the different type of reasoning actions, and also the different levels of reasoning actions of students.
Excuse me, Professor, we have around 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll wrap up and then I'll finish. So one of the activity, and I won't have time to actually go through the other examples, is the area and perimeter. And I bring this out because it's published in the journal that Prof. Zulkardi led in JME. So where we get students to actually think about the relationship between area and perimeter, and think about a conjecture. What happens if you increase the perimeter of a rectangle? Does the area always increase? Why or why not? Can you justify why Nathan might be correct or incorrect, and is the statement true for all cases? So that's getting students to really think about conjecture, and then think about how do you then, if you want to disagree with Nathan, what do you need to do? The notion of counter example, how many examples do you need to have to be able to counter argue with Nathan? So that's a interesting study to think about, getting students to really think about conjecturing and responding to a conjecture. So these are the reasoning trajectories that we came up with from the project. And I won't have time to go through the last one, so I'll stop here. And then I think I highlighted some of the methodological strength, but also the challenges. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hear your questions and discussion later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. A very interesting presentation indeed. And Professor, you may now kindly take your seat while we continue to the third keynote speaker. Now we move to our third keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Maarten Dolk from the Freudenthal Institute, School of Science, Utrecht University, the Netherlands. Can we have a round of applause for Professor Maarten Dolk? Professor Maarten Dolk is a mathematics education expert and researcher which has extensive experience as a consultant, developer, and educational researcher, focusing in improving mathematics teaching and learning practices in schools. Professor, whenever you're ready, you may start.
Thank you. You are a difficult audience. You don't know that, and I don't mean you personally, but it's very difficult to be able to think about how to talk to a group so diverse. Medical practitioners, medical researchers, people in mathematics and statistics, people in science education, mathematics education. And so when the committee asked me if I could do a keynote because somebody else was not able to come here. It took me a long time to realize what it is that I could talk about that might be common to all of us. And maybe the keynote by Professor Hans showed that. Because all his proof, all his talk was based on your understanding of the graphs. And graphs are extremely difficult. And so understanding graphs, what I think is a task of mathematicians and statisticians to make that happen. Understanding graphs is a task of math educators, but it is also an essential element of health literacy. And so I want to explore a little bit of that. Now, listening to Professor Hans, I realized that I'm old, because I'm above the average age of the Indonesian population. But I also know that I'm not old, because grandmother and all her sisters became 99 or 100. However, in my uncle's circle, it is a genetic lottery, because some of them died in the 60s and 70s given cancer, and the others all became something like 94, 95. And that means that I have no clue how old I will become, for the simple reason I don't know where the genetic lottery will end. However, the hospital system in the Netherlands thinks I'm old, so they treat me like that. And I say to them, but I have still 30 years to go. And that's an interesting battle. Now, health literacy, to me, is the ability to make decisions yourself. And to do that, you have to be able to understand what is happening. And I told a few people, 15 years ago, I had health problems. I was almost blind. It was the most crucial element in my life. I could see only 5%. I can tell you, you don't see anything. They gave me a white plate with rice, but I couldn't see the rice. I didn't know where to eat. I had, in the hospital, they gave me a glass cup. Didn't get it. So I broke it in 5 minutes. It was not so handy by then. they didn't realize what it meant. Now, very good doctors and a lot of poison, I can see 100% again. But at that time, I got a cataract surgery in one eye, and half a year ago, I got a cataract surgery in the other eye, and they did a laser in the eye with the cataract. And of course, I asked the doctor, what is going to happen? What are the side effects? What are the risks? Blah, blah, blah. And she answered. And she answered with so much detail and so quick that I had no clue what she said. And there you are. I think I'm literate, but in the end, I just believed her. And I did it. So there is a lot of communication issues in making patients able to make appropriate health decisions. Now, before I really talk a little bit about what we have to do, I think we have to do, I have 3 questions. It's just as an introduction. Follow your gut feelings, because I will also go very quickly. The form is always A is true, B is true, C, I have no clue. And the because is an extra. Just think for yourself, don't talk to your neighbors, I go quick. Now, the first one is about side effects. On Dutch medication, if you go to the pharmacy, you get medication, you get pills or whatever, there is always a flyer that tells you about what it is, and the flyer also tells you, for instance, about side effects. So, if the flyer says that 1 in 10 people get a headache, 1 in 100 people get a rash, 1 in 1,000 people get diarrhea. The question is it more likely that you get a rash or a headache? Is it more likely to get a headache than a rash? I don't know. Got it? Question 2. It's a little about graphs. We know from high school, we can define the slope, we can say whether a graph is steep or not. You have to understand that if you understand Professor Hans' keynote. We define that with rise over run, students get that. So my question is, which one is steeper? Okay, last question. Survival rates. I'm very close, and that's dangerous because I made it up, and I'm not sure if this is all true. And I'm sure that Professor Hans will later say that I was totally lying. But suppose you go to your doctor, and I hope it never happens to you, but you go to your doctor and your doctor says, I'm sorry, you have a terrible illness. But the good news is we have 2 cures that might help you somehow. And the doctor shows you this graph. And so the question is, which of the cures will you choose? Are you going for the yellow procedure? Are you going for the green procedure? Or you don't know? All right. The question that I have is, can people read graphs? And what is needed to be able to read graphs? You can lie with graphs. We all know that. And companies are very good about that. They show one graph before a new CEO, and they show another graph after the new CEO, and a real mathematician can recognize that nothing changed, but the graphs changed. So, we have been thinking about how do you develop that in primary school kids. And colleagues of mine wrote a couple of units that we used in the United States, where we try to help children develop that understanding. In this unit, Sunflowers to Growth Patterns, we introduced the context to teachers, and Professor Wanty already talked about that. That is an extremely difficult task, that a teacher really introduces the context, so it's not a school context, but it's a real context. Then we let students investigate, we ask them to make posters. How can you represent your thinking so that others can understand it? And then we tell them, let's talk about it. And the teacher chooses 1 or 2 or 3 posters so that he or she knows that something very important, mathematical big ideas, will come to the fore. That will be discussed. Now, in this case, the teacher introduced in context, as she says, I was in my garden and I saw a small plant. And I asked my neighbor, what is that? Because I don't know so much, but my neighbor knows a lot about plants. He said, that's a sunflower. And I knew the sunflower would grow extremely tall. So I said to myself, I'm going to keep track. And yeah, reality was, I was always so busy. I had to prepare things for you, blah, 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 blah. And so I only measured it in week 4, in week 5, in week 9, week 14, and 15. And the question towards the children was, can you visualize the growth in some way? In a picture or a graph? The assumption was that children would have a difficulty. But if you ask parents, they say, oh, my children see graphs every day, they can do that. Now the reality is that it shows how difficult making graphs is for children. So here are some of the posters. These two girls, and they discussed it later, but I'm not going to show the video. I decided to make it easy for the conference. These two girls decided that on one side are the weeks, and in the other graph is the lengths. They had no clue that in a graph you try to relate two variables together. They made it in two. And in the discussion, the class slowly started to talk about the fact that instead of two, they should have made one. And if you look at this one, these two children, in the weeks, they treat the weeks as categorical data. There is no scaling. They treat the lengths also as categorical data. There is no nice division. So the image that they show seems to be linear, at least for a mathematician. We know, of course, that it's not working that way. So what do children do if this is their understanding of graphs and they see all those graphs that we showed earlier? They cannot read it. Simply have no clue how to understand that. And that problem continues. Here, the children on the y-axis has a nice scaling, but on the x-axis, they are still making it categorical data. These two boys made a beautiful picture where on the x-axis, they put all the data on one point. This was life size. They really made it 200 and something centimeters. Because somehow reducing that, scaling the information was still difficult for them. But in graphs, we understand the scaling. We understand that there is a ratio to what is shown in the graph and what is the real data. But you see that that is difficult for those kids. And here is a group that tried. I don't know if you can see it. There are a lot of lines that they removed. They tried to put a point there, but for a long time they drew lines to each point. And only in the end, in conversation with the teacher, they started to understand, oh, I have to connect the points, not make those lines. And so what you see is that the idea of being able to read a graph is extremely difficult for the simple reason that you cannot produce a graph. And it takes a lot of effort to make those graphs before you can read them, really read them. And so the idea, what is important, is that a graph represents a relationship between data sets. And that scaling is needed to be able to read that graph. Those two big ideas is not given automatically for everybody. And I think that in every country it's a problem, but here in Indonesia, where you still have a lot of older people who don't really have education, or people who had education where there was no attention for data, will have an extreme difficult time to understand that.
Professor,
Now,
I'm sorry, we have 3 minutes.
great. So I asked you which one is steeper. Well, which one is steeper depends on how you subdivide the x-axis. In reality, you could only say, I don't know. But visual impressions made that you probably choose the one that looked to be steeper. Well, that's not odd. Indonesian government also thinks that is the way, because you have two signs of how steep a mountain is, and mathematically you cannot say, but visually you know which one is steeper. And your drivers believe that. I asked you about survival rate. Yeah, wait a minute. You read it because you see a distance between the two. But if you really think about what it means, the difference between the two cures is minimum. And so instead of talking about, oh, that one is better, it is way more efficient to talk about what is the effect of it. What is the quality of life given one cure or the other cure? But if you show patients this with the distance between the two cures, I'm sure that everybody visually already decided, I want to go for the yellow one. And as a medical professional, you will have a harder time to convince them that it should be different. Nine out of 10 or 1 out of 10, you could represent it in drawings. But still, people will not know that. So, when you look at this, I came across a study, and I haven't checked it, but I came across a study that 25% of the Americans don't know which one is more present. And that is not odd if you remember that children, when they see 10% is 1/10, they immediately assume 5% is 1/5. Or when you ask children, what is more, 3.12 or 3.8? All children say 3.12, wrongly. Because the visual attraction of the numbers is there. So, if you have to compare 10 and 100, a lot of people will only think 1 in 100 is more difficult. So we need to think about, how can I represent it in another way? Now, if that is misunderstood, maybe I have to make drawings next to it. Maybe I have to start talking not 1 in 10, but 10 out of 100 and 1 out of 100. I have to find ways that I help the people who will misunderstand it. And so, back to the idea of this conference, I think it's very hard to understand medical statistical data, and we have to understand that. So, I think we need to create summaries for the people who don't have the knowledge that you have. Summaries for the people to understand what longevity really means. Written in a language that's good for them. Now, to be honest, I think that is an extremely difficult task. For the simple reason we don't really know how to do that. And so here is where design research comes in. It would be a beautiful design research study to take, for instance, Professor Hans' keynote, and now to think about it, how can I transform that into informative information for people in a village somewhere here on Sulawesi? That by itself would be difficult. And the other side is, of course, that it's never too late to start working on crafts in primary schools. And that data should be a part of the primary school curriculum, what is not yet the case almost all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Another very interesting presentation, especially regarding the statistics and also medical field. And I believe many of us are already keeping their questions for the Q&A session. And now I think we can move on to the last, but certainly not the least keynote speaker, who is joining us virtually from Turkey. Maybe Associate Professor Dr. Nazife Erkursun Özkan from the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Science, HCTP University, Turkey. Professor Nazife, is my voice clear enough?
I can hear you.
I think we have some technical issues here. We cannot hear her voice clearly. Can you clear my voice? Can you hear my voice,
Yes,
Professor?
I can hear you. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, it is very clear now.
Okay.
Okay, Professor.
By the way, I am going to use my Zoom account because of one of them for camera and microphone, and the other one is for the slides.
That is absolutely perfect, Professor. Okay. And can we please give warm applause to Professor Nazife for, although she is not joining us here in person, we are very grateful for her time and willingness to be part of this conference from Turkey. Dr. Nazife, whenever you're ready, you may start.
Okay, but I can't share my slides from my account. Can you have a look?
Can we have some help on presenting?
Now I can share, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Let us check. Yes.
Yes, we can see it very clearly.
Okay. Hello to everyone. First of all, I would like to give some brief introduction to talk what I am going to talk about. Of course, first of all, I am very happy to attend, and I would like to sincerely thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Jafaruddin, for inviting me as a keynote speaker. I am honored, and I am very sorry I couldn't attend in person, but still very happy to have a chance to keep in touch with you, even in virtually. And I wish all of yours very productive and inspiring conference. Now, as a theoretical mathematician, I am aware that I'm going to talking about might feel a bit abstract and even maybe boring to some of you. Therefore, I am going to keep all the notions light and simply give a brief introductory lecture about the semi-group theory, which is a part of my research area. And I am going to using Microsoft Edge as a digital whiteboard in a rather traditional way to go over a few basic concepts. I just kindly ask you your patience for just 20 minutes. And I promise all of you not to go too deep into technical details, but hopefully, I hope this talk will open a new window of some of yours about semi-group theory. And I am very happy if you're interested in and keep in touch with me, contact with me by email, even by Zoom or other G-Talk and other stuff. And if you are ready, let us begin. And maybe I should start with okay. The semi-group is everywhere. Semi-group means you have some bounded operators on a Banach space which satisfy some conditions. Let us go to my abstract if I can do. Yeah. And that semi-groups satisfy some additional conditions and topological properties on the Banach space. And that semi-group appears the study of abstract Cauchy problems, partial differential equations, dynamical systems, or also in power. It is a powerful tool in mathematical physics, control theory, and stochastic process, and so on. Nowadays, current research is about the qualitative properties of stability, compactness, and ergodicity that help us to understand the long-term dynamical behaviors of the systems. Now, in this talk, I will give some basic definitions, and at the end, just talking about some standard examples of C0 semigroups or strongly continuous one-parameter semigroups, how appear in the heat equation or Markov process case. Now, okay, let us start. This is you have Banach space, which is a norm space and complete. And you have the operators TT from Banach space to Banach space, they are bounded for each T. T is time, and that means the operator norm is bounded for every T. Now consider the function like take the time T to send off L of X, which is the space of all bounded operators, bounded on X. Then we just focus on that function, how to behave when take the time T to send the bounded linear operator space Tt. First of all, the time 0 should be the identity operator. Take every point, every particle, and send to the same place. The second one, if you consider 2 times T plus S, which is equal to T times Ts. So your particle moved to T to somewhere at the time T plus S is actually equal to the move to S and then time T. But this is just the functional equation condition, which is algebraic condition. But we are on the Banach space case, we need one more topological condition, which is equal TT is strongly continuous. That means strongly continuous for at 0 is enough. Because strongly continuous, it's everywhere. For each time T is equivalent to strong continuity at the 0. That means the limit of T converges to 0. Tt x minus xi is equal to 0. When time goes to 0, your particle depends on the time moves to starting point for every element from the Banach space X. If you satisfy that is the topological condition, then it is called that family T is bigger than or equal 0. The family of bounded operators is called C0 semigroup, or that is briefly C0 semigroup, or you can use the strongly continuous one-parameter semigroups. Why we just use the strong continuity? You can also consider weak continuity or uniform continuity. Depends on the Banach space. Now, what is next? Maybe I can give some basic example also for C0 semigroup. Let us take the matrix like 1. T 0 1, and you are on the Banach space R squared. You are 2-dimensional case. You have the norm to standard Euclidean norm, or even one taxicab norm or supremum norm, whatever. And Tt is as the form e to exponential Ta. You know the series expansion for the exponential function. That is the series from 0 to infinity, t to the power n, an over n factorial. An is the multiplication of the matrix n times. If you do it some calculation, you will see that 1, t, 0, 0. And when you take any particle on the 2-dimensional case, let's take the point 1, 1. After the time t, it goes to 1 plus t and 0. Your particle moves from the starting point 1, 1 to 1 plus t to 0. Yeah, right. Or if you take one more example, still you are in two-dimensional case, 0, 1, 1, 0. When you do the simple calculation, then you will get the hyperbolic function, cosine and sine. Sine hyperbolic and cosine hyperbolic. It depends on the simple calculation. It's like you have to take the all multiplication of the operators 0, 1, 1, 0. I guess this is times 0, 1, 1, 0. I don't know. 1, 0, 0, 1, which is identity operator, and a cube becomes a, and so on. And if you calculate that one, you will see you will have a power series expansion of cosine hyperbolic function and sine hyperbolic function. Maybe one of them is minus. I'm not sure. No, that's correct. Cosine hyperbolic and sine hyperbolic function. In this form, A is matrix, which is bounded operator. Then you have a semi-group TT, which is bounded, even it is uniformly continuous one-parameter semi-group, which is very special cases on finite dimensional case. But life is not so nice always, and A do not need a bounded operator. Therefore, we have to first of all to define what is A, why it is important, and how to affect the semi-group, or if you know the semi-group, how to find the generator A, which is not bounded operator. Therefore, we define as a T, you have the semi-group TT. And if you know, you can find the generator. If you know the generator, in some cases you can get the semi-group as I showed above in the finite dimensional case, because A is the matrix. But for the general case, if you know the TT, semi-group TT, how to get the generator A? So this is exactly the derivative of the operator depends on the time at the beginning point at t is equal to 0. It means that limit s goes to 0, tt plus s minus ts over s for each x from the Banach space x. Let us put x is also here. It is called, if that limit exists, then you can find the generator operator A of x, which generally it is not bounded. So if it is not bounded and always that limit does not exist, we have to put some conditions on the domain. That means x is an element of the Banach space x, that limit exists. T plus sx minus tsx over s, which is subset of the Banach space x. If it is equal to whole Banach space, if dA is equal to x, then A is bounded. Therefore, life is easier. You can create the semi-group by using the generator. For the unbounded case, you have to use some technical tools to create the semi-group. Depends on the domain of A. This is the domain of the operator A. Maybe I can give some some basic properties for the semi-groups and the generator. First of all, if you go back to here, as you see, you get the semigroups, which is equal to 1 T0, 0. And if you consider let us take the different colors, for arbitrary, for any T from the time, the operator norm is equal to 1 plus T, if you take the 1 norm. For the sup norm depends on the T, 1 or T, and most of the case it is equal to T. As you see, that norm depends on T, still finite, but if you consider the supremum value over the time, it blows up to infinity. In general, every operator is bounded, but the family need not to be bounded. But it has to be exponentially bounded. That means TT is exponentially bounded by some W. And that W is called the growth bound for the C0 semigroups. For the C0 semigroup. It is important, it might be even minus infinity, or it blows up to infinity. If it is zero, that means that this family is totally bounded. That means uniformly bounded. You are on the finite dimensional case. You are in the probability lecture. You have a stochastic process on finite state space, or you are in the linear algebra. You have a linear system on Rn, again, finite dimensional case, even on the complex domain. And what is the properties with the generator? And or maybe I can give one more example. Let us consider one more example. On infinite dimensional case, the Banach space is L1. L1, you have integrable function from R to R. On the R, your function is integrable. It is Banach space, and you get the you get the semigroup TT f of x is like a left shift or right shift semigroups.
Excuse me,
the
Professor
form x plus
Nazife.
t. Yeah.
We have around 2 minutes left.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Just, okay. And that means your function just move depends on the time t. That operators are bounded, but their generators, A is the derivative operator, derivative operator which is unbounded. Okay, let us go to application part. The first one, heat equation. Because you can solve all partial differential equations by using the semigroups tools. In the heat equation case, let us consider one-dimensional heat equation, and it is that form. dt is equal to del u depends on x and t. And give the Dirichlet boundary condition with the boundary condition, let's assume something is wrong. On the space 0 pi. You are on the finite dimensional, not finite dimensional, sorry, bounded interval. At the point 0 and the pi do not depend on the time 0. And for the time 0, you have the initial condition. Now, if you consider the abstract Cauchy problem, just consider in this way. A times u, A is the Laplacian equation. Laplacian equation. And the domain is the functions f, which is continues to say differentiable, twice continues to differentiable on the open interval 0 pi. And satisfy some conditions also u0 and u pi is equal to 0.
Professor Nazife.
Then that A, just give me 1 minute. that A generates a semi-group TT, which depends on the eigenvalues of the Hilbert space L2. You are on the Banach space or Hilbert space L2 0 pi, and you have the eigenfunctions. Or another example, actually it is like a TT means the evaluating time, the temperature distribution change smoothly. And the second one, if you just consider the Markov process, take any particle in the air and try to find where is that particle after the time t. That Markov process depends on the conditional expectation. You can create the semigroups and the generator on the finite state space or even infinite state space. You can consider the continuous Markov process or discrete Markov process to solve your mathematical modeling by using the semigroups. Sorry, 20 minutes, I guess, already done. As I told you at the beginning, if you are interested, I am very happy to make joint work or to discuss about semigroups in your area also. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation despite our distance and time difference. And we have now arrived to our Q&A discussion session. And I would like to kindly invite our keynote speakers on site to join with me on stage for the Q&A session. And for Professor Nazive to still stay connected on the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
Prof. Wanty, Prof. Maarten, and Prof. Hans. Okay, to our participants here today, maybe we still have time. Berhubung waktu sholat Jumat sudah dekat, mungkin bagi yang ingin melaksanakan sholat Jumat kami persilahkan terlebih dahulu. Kemudian yang bagi yang ini bisa tinggal di dalam. Okay, I think we may continue, Professor. To our audience, both here on site and probably online, to on-site participants, you may raise your hand and mention who your question you want to ask. Okay, and I see one question maybe from my right hand side. Yes. Do we have an extra? Okay. Yes. Can you may please mention your name, your institution? Beforehand, I would like to welcome to our online participants to maybe write their questions in the chat area on the Zoom meeting, and I will read it out later. Okay. It was working. Doesn't work? It was. Prof. said it was working. Maybe I can help you. Tes, ya.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Umi Salma. I'm from Assoc, Indonesia. This question will be for Bu Wanty, or maybe Maarten too can add the answer. My question is about, maybe this is a general question. So we find that there are some mathematical topics or maybe mathematical activities that are taught in higher level, for example, in secondary level or in higher level, but it is very possible to develop, or it is very possible to teach or to introduce in the primary level. For example, algebraic thinking or algebra, it is very possible to teach or to start in the primary level. But somehow, however, maybe teacher find that this is very difficult or very challenging to teach in primary level. So my question is how to convince teacher to teach in the primary level, or maybe do you have any suggestion for teacher to start this kind of concept? Because I think this is very essential concept, very important concept. So how we can convince teacher? Maybe you have any suggestions, maybe also Maarten too. And nice to see you again, Ibu Wanty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Maarten, Prof. Wanty, would you like to answer directly, or maybe we can ask one more question?
Oh, sorry, thank you. A great question, Umi. Thank you so much, and I think lovely to see you too. We do have the similar problem, but I think there are teachers who are willing to take the risk. I think it's the mindset, isn't it? Like, you know, teachers have to, I guess we have to develop their capacity to be able to, you know, take that risk. But I think from my experience, if we have the good resources, like for example, the resource project that I mentioned in my presentation, we actually came up, not came up ourselves, but we collated the resources. Like we used the painted cube task, which introduced the algebraic thinking and getting students to think about patterns and general rules, which is related to your questions. But I think the challenge for teachers when we implemented actually at different year level, like year 4, and some schools implemented at year 6. What I remember from my experience, even when you implement it at year 6, there will be students who would find it challenging, but we also have students who really appreciated that because they need to be challenged and they are ready for challenge, even when they are year 4. So I think it's the willingness to be able to draw on resources that, you know, have been tested and developed through research, and then use it with their students. And if we support them through professional learning, I think the teacher educator can play a role and work with teachers closely, and then we actually make use of those resources. I think, yeah, I think even in Australia there's a pushback at the moment with, like, you know, more kind of like call for direct instruction or explicit instruction, which takes away the authority or agency from teachers. So if we work with schools and teachers to, you know, support them and then keep directing them to good resources, and also maybe deliver professional learning and work together in sort of like co-designing role, that's how I can see that we can make a difference, I think. But it's not an easy challenge, I think, to solve. That's right. So, Tin.
There is a lot that needs to happen, but I think that one of the things is that the definition of what is mathematics needs to change. Where do I have to be? Yeah, the definition of what is mathematics needs to change. For many people, mathematics is finding an answer. It is just solving 17 plus 22. But that, of course, is not mathematics. And as long as the teacher has a wrong definition of what is mathematics, there is no reason to change. So what we did in projects, Math in the City in New York City, for instance, is that we gave an in-service course where we did mathematics with the teachers for a long time. And then we started a discussion, so what is mathematics? And all of a sudden they said, it's something different than I always thought. And that was the start of now changing norms in the classroom. Talk to Professor Ratu Ilma about how to change norms in the classroom, how to create context, how to implement context, how to allow my children to start talking. But all these will not happen if you still think wrongly about what is mathematics.
Thank you very much, Prof. Wanty and Prof. Maarten. Do you have any other feedbacks? Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Maybe we can have one more question from here. Okay.
Okay, my name is Putri Rahayu. I wanna ask to Professor Hans about the applied of longevity medicine in Indonesia. Considering that a large population in Indonesia work like agriculture and farming, where exposure to microorganism chemical agent is common and may contribute the accelerated cellular aging. I think in the big city, the biomarker test can work well, but in the rural, among rural, can the biomarker test isn't work. And my question is, how can the principle of longevity medicine be applied to reduce death risk and support healthy aging among rural works? Thank you, Prof.
You can use this.
It's one of the best questions I've had in years. Basically, we're going to speak about it in the afternoon, if you're attending. But I give you a short answer. Life expectancy is depending on 4 different things. 1, genetic makeup, 30%. What did your parents give you? So if you want to live long, choose your parents well. You understand the joke, that's good. Second, it's about lifestyle. It is what you do. Do you smoke? Do you move enough? Do you practice? Do you eat right? Whatever. It's about environment. You're speaking about environment. 4th is mental health. Today, Mental Health Day, worldwide. Hope you remember that. Mental health is overlooked and absolutely understudied. So if you want to study healthy longevity, you cannot look at the whole population. You have to look at your environment, at your genetic makeup, at your well-being. And so the answer is you should never take Indonesia as one country. You saw the healthcare, the health and the healthy longevity differences. I showed them. Papua is much worse off compared to Manado. Maybe it's because they are there singing Christian songs so hard through the loudspeaker. I was in Manado. That was absolutely ridiculous. Everywhere there were loudspeakers blaring Christian songs. I said, well, it's a very interesting city. But I don't know whether that helps for longevity. I don't think so. But the general message is look at the individual, and the lifestyle and healthcare choices are individual, environment is individual. I have a twin brother, but he's living a complete other life. So his healthcare is different, his life expectancy is different, his disease are different. That's choice. That's not genetic makeup, since he has exactly this genetic makeup. But he's doing other things. That's his choice. So always look at the environment. That's why I'm a medical anthropologist. I did medicine and anthropology. So look at what's happening, see how people are behaving, and then you can start changing. And it's not about medicine, it's about life and life changes, and that's what you choose yourself, and doctors can only add to it. I keep it here. That's the cliffhanger for the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Professor. Maybe Prof. Wanty or Prof. Maarten would like to say something? Nope. Okay. I think we can move on to the online. Do we have any online questions? I need to read the chat. Okay. Oh. Okay. I don't think we have at the moment. Maybe we can have one more question. 1 or 2 questions. Pak Busta.
Yeah. Nice question. Going back to the first question, and the first question was, I forgot. I was listening to the second question so heavily. Sorry, I was thinking about it. Oh yeah, sure. Why isn't it equally rising? So why is there the life expectancy is rising and the healthy life expectancy is reducing? There is an easy answer. Does anyone have any idea? Why do I have to give all the answers to that? Okay, the easy answer is that we, with all our medical equipment and all our preventive measures, are able to still let it happen that we are getting older, but we are not able to prevent the early damage that is done in the DNA. And it's like cars. When I was young, we had Italian cars, and I'm quite sure that Maarten knows about it, the Alfa. They were already rusty before you bought them. And that was interesting, and the average lifespan of a car was about 10 years. Now, the average lifespan of a car is easily 20 years. They don't spend them in Holland, they are shipped to Africa and then live a third or fourth life, but they're still on the road. But if you go there, those cars are not as beautiful as they were when you bought them, but they're still driving. And if you look here at cars, the cars are absolutely long-lived, but not healthy. They have potholes, they have bad tires, they have bad engines, they have all kinds of injuries. And that's the same with the body. So we can keep the body alive, but we cannot keep the body whole and complex. There are things crumbling off. That's what we call disease. And so if we are absolutely able to keep people alive indefinite, but then they will be on a ventilator, they will be on a heart-lung machine, they will be on a dialysis machine. And that is Of course, not ethical. We don't do that since it costs way too much money. But you can do it. And then the lifespan should go up. But the healthy lifespan and the quality of life is 0. And that's the difference. And we come back to that again in the afternoon.
You're very good at promoting. Well done, Hans. Yeah, thank you, Bustang, for your question. I do agree that, like, you know, there's a strong connection to sports science. I think in the discussion in the classroom, the teacher actually brought up that context of, you know, well, you're going to have a sport tournament or, like, you know, a state event or exercise event. You know, how would you think about the connection to heart rate? So the reason why we didn't encourage them to use the smartwatch is because we want, not every kids have smartwatch, so that's one reason. So you need to make sure that every children have the access to, you know, to do the experiment and to engage with the activity. So that's one reason. I mean, the teacher also obviously discussed, you know, for those who have smartwatch, they did talk about, you know, how they can read the data and check the heart rate. So, but you raise an important point about, you know, why not use technology, especially now in the current era. But again, coming back to the issue of equality and access, I think we also have to be mindful of that when we create activity. But also, I think we want children to be able to be aware of their physical and connections to the experiment, in the science experiment. And we noticed some children actually had difficulty in finding their pulse rate. And that created a discussion as well, because that's the reality. It's not always easy to know, to actually feel your pulse. And yeah, so taking the opportunity to discuss different methods and why is that so and things like that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hans and Professor Wanty. Professor Maarten, would you like to add?
I think that there is an important difference. If you use a watch, the watch will create a graph or a representation of the data. If you do it the way Wanty did it, the children get data and now have to think about, how do I communicate that? And I think that that last part is a very important element. So using a watch might be counterproductive in the long end.
Now I have to add. That's the same with electronic medical records. You as doctors will going to use it sooner or later. They produce all kind of data on blood and on the urine and whatever you are measuring. Those measures will be either sent in graphs or in numbers, and the numbers are automatically in red if the numbers are under the threshold. And what you try to avoid is that you think that everything is fine if everything is black. Since everything is black, oh, the blood is okay. No, the blood might be in combination not okay, although all the numbers are above threshold. And don't think that if something is under threshold, that a patient is in immediate need. So we become lazy, and that's why. But that's the point. You become lazy by the information. If you don't know what the number is, again, you should go back to school if you cannot interpret the data that you get.
Thank you very much, Professor. I hope that brings a clearer vision to Pak Bustang and all of us here. And unfortunately, because we have a very limited time today, I believe we have to end our first keynote session today. And if I may conclude, first of all, before that, I would like to go back to Professor Nazife. Do you have any additional remarks for our?
No. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. And so, if I may conclude, I think that we, as Professor Hans mentioned earlier, that we are a very distinctive audience today, as we come from different backgrounds. But then, from our keynote speakers, our 4 keynote speakers' explanation, it is still possible to actually build a collaboration in between our fields, and then I believe that it will produce a very remarkable research and probably curriculum for students in the future. And so once again, thank you very much to our professors and keynote speakers and Professor Nazife also. Once again, I'm Dr. Nur Mufida Damri. It is a great pleasure to be your moderator today. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Saksikan pemberian piagam penghargaan kepada ketiga keynote speaker kita yang akan diberikan oleh Wakil Rektor. So now the Vice Rector of General and Financial Affairs Universitas Negeri Makassar is giving the token of appreciation for Professor Maarten Dolk from Utrecht University, and also with the Dean from the Faculty of Medicine and Vice Dean from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Rector is giving the token of appreciation for Professor Gigi Hans Meij, M.Sc, MBA, Ph.D, and also with the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Vice Dean from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Please once again give a round of applause for Professor Hans Meij, M.Sc, MBA, Ph.D. And also the most beautiful one here. Now we are giving the token of appreciation and certificate of appreciation for Professor Wanty Widjaja, Ph.D. from School of Education, Faculty of Arts and Education, Deakin University, Australia. Thank you very much, Professor. So now we will have a photo session with all the keynote speakers and vice rectors, the dean and vice dean.
Okay, the moderates join for photo session.
handphonenya dengan settingan silent mode.
Yes,
Terima
that's
kasih.
right. Okay, please proceed to your seat. For our convenience, please set your phone to silent mode. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6th International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching and Research in conjunction with
the 11th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference
and the first International
Recording in
Conference on
progress.
Health, Medicine and Longevity Research. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the second session of our keynote session.
The first keynote this session, Associate Professor Dr. M.Sc. Harry Jelkov, Utrecht University, the Netherlands, and Dr. Jerico Pardosi, Queensland University of Technology, Australia.
And as the moderator for this second session, we will have Mr. Lalu Ramzi Rahmanda, SPD, M.Sc. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me hand over the session to the moderator. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Lalu Ramzi Rahmanda, SPD, M.Sc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, first of all, I'd like to say thank you very much, especially to the host and the committee for giving me this precious opportunity. And it is also an honor for me for being here to be part of this international conference, meeting remarkable speakers, a lot of wonderful audiences here. Thank you very much for joining us here. And this international conference is also conducted in hybrid setting. Therefore, I would like also to welcome those participants who are joining us virtually. Thank you very much for joining us. And we wish that you could join us in person here in Makassar. My name is Lalu Ramzi Rahmanda, and I will be your moderator for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some great speakers here. And please let me give a brief introduction of our keynote speakers. Okay, our first keynote speaker is Dr. Jerico Pardosi. He is a senior lecturer at School of Public Health and Social Work, Queensland's University of Technology, Australia. And he is an expert in public health, demography, maternal and child health, adolescent health, rural and remote health care, cultural determinant of public health, and he made key contributions to promote strong collaboration between Australian and Indonesian institutions. And the second one is conduct research that informs health service delivery and community engagement in rural setting. And next, our second speaker for today's session is Professor Dr. H.M.C. Harry Eikhoff. So he is an emeritus professor of science education at Utrecht University, the Netherlands. He is an expert in science education, curriculum development, teacher training, international comparative education, including PISA and TIMSS, and he made a key contribution as a former director of the Freudenthal Institute, leader of the innovative interdisciplinary STEM course Nature, Life, and Technology, and he is an advisor on national science curricula in the Netherlands. Please give a big round of applause to our keynote speaker for today's session. Okay, thank you very much. As we know that our theme today is designing for understanding, expanding research and knowledge in mathematics, science, statistics, and health sciences. Okay. To be a strict timekeeper for this session because we are going to discuss a wide range topic in a limited time. So I think we have 15 to 20 minutes for each keynote speaker to deliver your or to share your knowledge and expertise to us. Okay, I think Dr. Jerico Pardosi is here with us. So I'll try to make a contact with our keynote speaker first to make sure that our connection is, so there is no trouble with our connection. Hello, Dr. Jerico. Am I audible? Dr. Jerico, am I audible?
Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Dr. Jerico, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. How are you today, Dr. Jerico?
Not bad.
Okay, glad to hear that. So, Dr. Harry, are you here with us? Professor Harry Eikhoff. Okay, Professor Harry, am I audible?
Yes. Do you hear me now?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, great.
Okay,
can I see my sheets?
I'm sorry?
My sheets. Can I see my sheets? Because then I know how far I am in my presentation.
Okay. Okay, we will display your presentation, your slide, as soon as possible.
I don't have to see myself. I like to see my slides so that I know what to say in my talk.
Okay, please wait a second, Professor Harry. We will prepare your material first. Okay, without any further ado, so please let me go over our today's agenda first. Our first agenda will be the presentation from our keynote speakers, followed by the Q&A session. So there will be an opportunity for you all to ask questions to our keynote speakers. And the last agenda is the certificate awarding and photo session. So we'll get right on with it and start session 1. I think Professor Harry will be presenting first. Okay, Professor Harry, you are
I'm ready
host now, so please you can share your material directly.
In the trials, I saw my sheets so that I can look at it. But do you see any sheets?
No.
If not, I'll talk without sheets, which is also possible.
You can press the share button on the screen and start sharing your presentation material. The green one in the middle, in the bottom middle.
I don't hear you.
I think they still organize the technical issues, Professor Harry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you share your screen? Can you share your screen?
Can you?
I think you can share your screen. I can share my screen from my end, so perhaps you want to try that one as well. Can you see the share link underneath? There's a share screen. No?
No. Okay, so just start.
Probably
So
just
there
wait
is a
for the
technical
moderator.
From your computers.
What time is it now there?
It's now 8:27
PM, right? PM or AM?
No, in the early morning.
Oh, early morning there. Oh, okay. Here in Brisbane time is 4:27 PM.
Yeah. No, I just had breakfast.
Oh.
So please wait a minute. Our team is preparing your material, so we can see it.
Maybe I just start.
Have you shared your presentation, the PDF document to the company?
I don't have them. Let me see. Find them.
Or you can share your material through your own device, Professor.
Can you see the green arrow share kind of link?
Yeah, you can press
I'm just bringing up my... Yeah, I'll see my slides now.
Ah, okay.
Do you see them?
Yep, I see it. You probably want to make it bigger.
Okay, so I'll start. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a topic, NLT, the course, the development of it, which really took 20 years of my professional life. And I'm still very proud that this is going on in the Netherlands, and also that abroad people are interested. Now, it's dealing with the implementation of a STEM course for upper secondary school, which was not there before. And what I'm going to talk about is how did we start the curriculum development? Why did we do it? How did we do it? And now the situation at the moment in 2025. Now, if you look at society, which is changing quite quickly, then politicians and many other people think that citizens should be well informed about social scientific issues. And what are social scientific issues? Those are science topics which relate to society, which are important for society, and which is important for citizens to understand. An example, climate change, health protection, water management, energy, production and consumption, and environmental protection. Those are issues which are in the newspapers very often, and they are related to science. Now, what we need in society are scientists and engineers who could contribute to solving the problems in these issues, which will contribute to economic development, which will promote advancement of knowledge, and which requires education. Now, in 2005, we had a tradition in the Netherlands of teaching separate subjects. That means both in junior secondary school and in senior, the subjects were separated. The teachers were working in separate departments, and most of the teachers were not familiar with what was happening in science and technology, in social scientific issues, and also what is happening in teaching in the other science and math subjects. Now, the starting condition was such that we didn't have anything about it. And then a government advisory board, including highly respected scientists, really top people, they proposed that such a course was going to start and being financed by the government. And the steering committee was appointed in March 2006. I chaired that committee, so I have been involved right from the start of NLT. And at that moment, we had no teaching materials available. We really had to start from scratch because all the materials which were taught in secondary school were separated: chemistry, biology, physics, etc. But what helped us a lot was that there was great interest shown by many school teachers and most universities. Now, how do you get universities involved? Universities are interested in showing the value of the research because they need financing, they need support from society. They also would like to attract motivated and better prepared students who already know a little bit about interdisciplinary working. They also would like to know what is the level, the entrance level of the students which are coming in, and do they have any ideas about inter-subject or not? And also, universities would like to make the teaching profession more attractive because with good teachers, you get students which are better prepared to university. Now, roughly saying, the main aims of Nature, Life and Technology, NLT, is on the one hand to increase the coherence between the school subjects, no longer really separated subjects, but really the coherence, the relation between the school subjects should be important. And therefore also to make a STEM study more attractive to future students so that they get an idea at secondary school, at high school, what it is like if you would like to continue working. When I started my study a long time ago, you could only choose chemistry or physics or biology or mathematics, but it was not connected. Now, the characteristics of NLT is, at the moment we aim at students of 15 to 18 years old. This is senior high school. And not instead of math, physics, chemistry, biology, but in fact on top of. So the students which are taking NLT, they do take courses specific for math, for physics, for chemistry and biology, but this is in addition to the knowledge which they get at school. And in NLT, the students have to spend between 300, 400 hours during 2 or 3 years. And it's based on a national examination program. There's no national exam, the assessment is at school level, and it is module-based. So it's not a textbook, it's module-based, which means it has content and also a lot of activities suggested. Now, all the NLT modules, they're interdisciplinary. Physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, earth science, not always all these 5 subjects, but at least 2, 3, 4, and sometimes 5 of these topics. They are activity-based. They focus on the current state of knowledge in the outside world. And the course should be taught, and that's very special, by a team of teachers from various disciplines. That means the topics, the modules which are used in school are not supposed to be taught by one teacher. Also not that all the time there will be 5 teachers in front of the class, but it means that there should be cooperation between the one who is responsible for the course in connection with colleagues in the school in order to make good connections between the disciplines. And we have produced extensive teacher's guides for each module. And at the moment we have 80 modules available, which is enormous. It's impossible to teach them all, of course, because each module takes about 40 hours in school. So if you have 80 modules, teaching all of them, it covers the whole curriculum. And the choice of the modules is left to schools. There are limits because schools are not supposed to take mainly biology or mainly physics or mainly mathematics modules. Now they have to be related to the wide range of subjects. This might be interesting for you because these are the module topics, and these are 18 topics, 18 modules, and there are 60 other ones, but I don't have the time to deal with them all. Now, forensic science is one of the module topics which is most popular by students, not because they are interested in murder, but it's so different from what they have seen in school. And the module forensic science starts with a case where somebody is murdered and there are traces left. So how to deal with that? Looking at fingerprints, looking to hair, looking to blood, do DNA research, use statistics, forensic statistics. They have physics in the sense of the trace of bullets. And students, so they deal with each of these subtopics, and at the end they get assessed by a product which they have to make up. Now, I'm not going to speak about all these topics. Driving and drinking, care for your heart, medical imaging, blue energy, lab on a chip, ice and climate, artificial intelligence, AI, digital technology, brains and learning, measuring galaxies, medicine development, satellite and Earth observation, sports science, air quality, animal epidemics, summer in the city, and quantum computing. This shows you the variety of topics which are dealt with in NLT. And of course, the students cannot cover all these topics. The teacher is going to make a selection. Now, if you look at the modules, there are quality criteria. That should be actual, they should be interesting, intelligent, they would be sufficiently interdisciplinary. The modules are designed between experts and teachers, because these kind of new issues, topics, if you design it by teachers, they remain very close to what they have been teaching. But if you leave it to the experts, they make it so difficult that it's impossible to teach in school. So we force, in the design of the modules, the cooperation between the experts and the teachers. Now, activity should be activity-oriented, prior knowledge, etc. Now, you believe that. So the design of the modules, as I said, is constructed by teams of secondary teachers and experts in the topics of the modules. We closely cooperate with universities, research centers, government institutes, museums, industry. The draft of the modules are tested in schools, and we get comments from experts and from the students and from the teachers about how it is working, and then modules are revised, and then finally they are approved. Now, due to time, I'm not going to share with you all the comments which are coming in. Maybe interesting to students after the trials. For students, it was sometimes difficult. Sometimes it was too high, or maybe too low, or just right. And that's really difficult to make the module in such a way that it is not very difficult for all students, but also not too easy. And the practical work, a lot of practical work is used in the units, and that's really appreciated by the students. They like that very much. Now, the challenge is if you really be advised by by external people, how to combine the various comments, because the scientists will bring in a lot of additional ideas and practicals, etc., which are too much for the school, and which there's no money for that. So this is really difficult to realize that, but after experience, we know how to do it. And we keep the modules up to date, because all the modules have to be revised after 5 years. Because these social scientific issues are developing so quickly that it became too old after 5 years. So they are rewritten, and additionally topics are introduced in each of the modules. Now, if you look at the 20 years, as I said, we started in 2005 with developing. The teaching started in 2007. In the schools, as I said before, the team is responsible for NLT teaching. So there should be a connection between the schools. And when in a school the teachers don't work together, they should not teach NLT, because then it takes out the importance of being connections between the subject areas. And at the moment, 237 schools are working with NLT. They are members of the NLT Association. Association is not of teachers, but of school leaders. And at the moment, more than 1,000 teachers are involved. And you can calculate, it's on average 4 teachers are involved in each of the schools. That's not in all schools the same. I know schools where 10 teachers are involved. I know schools where 2 teachers are involved. Now, on average, it's 4. And it's necessary because we don't believe in NLT teaching by just one teacher. Then there are regional service centers connected to the universities and polytechnics, which support the modules, which give courses to teachers before they start teaching the modules. We have an annual conference for teachers and teacher educators, and we still try to get more schools. We try to bring new modules, revised modules, and we are also working on writing modules now for junior secondary school, age 12 to 15. But that's only in its starting level. Now, I spoke fairly quickly. I said a lot of things. My colleague and we wrote an article in the Educational Designer. It's about 6 years ago. And in fact, I teach now a summary. If you're really interested, you can just find this article online. If you would like to see how this association is working, this is always in Dutch, but you get an impression by looking at the site, verenigingNLT.nl. And if you have any questions to me, you can mail me, and I will try to answer. Not next week, because then I'm on holiday, but I certainly answer. And I really hope that this might inspire you to start this kind of teaching in your schools as well. If you have any questions now, if there's time, come up with your questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your insightful sharing.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, you didn't hear anything. Hello, Prof. Harry?
No, same issue here as well.
Yeah.
The volume is too little.
But I missed one. What do you mean when it's too little?
Okay, Prof. Harry, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I hear you now, yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for your insightful sharing and knowledge about the development and implementation of an interdisciplinary STEM course for upper grading school. So from what I hear, all you're saying is that there is a socio-scientific issues, including climate change, water management, and etc. And you also mentioned the NLT and its relation with university for increasing the capacity of university student And there is also some module that you can apply to the NLT.
Yeah.
Okay, for those...
And these topics, these issues, you find in the newspapers.
Yeah.
If you take artificial intelligence at the moment, every day in the Dutch newspapers, there are new reports about what's happening in that field. And for students, it's interesting as well. So really, in this way, you make a better connection between what's happening in society and what you're teaching in school.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Harry. Okay, for sudden Q&A session. So if there are any questions regarding the material that had been presented by Professor Harry, please, you can raise your hand, or for the online participant, you can just drop your question on the chat section, or you can just unmute your microphone. Okay, is there any question? 2 or 3 questions? Okay, please raise your hand.
I only see 4 participants.
Okay, please introduce yourself and mention your questions.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Adrian Ardiansyah. I am from Mathematics Education International Program Bilingual. And my question is, to what extent has the NLT program influenced students' interest in pursuing STEM careers? And what challenge might teachers face when teaching an interdisciplinary subject like NLT? And how can they be overcome? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, about teachers, you have the situation that in the beginning they were very interested in the topics, but then they find they need to be to get some knowledge themselves about the issues, and that takes time. But by now, I mean, since 2007 we are teaching in schools, so it's already 18 years. So within the schools there is now sufficient knowledge in order to work together with other teachers. And you are from mathematics. Now, in the Dutch school system, until recently, mathematics was very separated from the sciences. There was a connection with physics, but in biology and in chemistry, there was no formula we used. There was not really a connection. And we think to prepare students for life and also for further studies, it's important that teachers work together and that students see the relation between the various subject areas. So that already at secondary school, they can decide in which direction do I want to follow my maybe university courses. Is that an answer to your question?
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. How about the answer? Any feedback? Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Professor Harry. Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Harry. Okay, is there any question? One more question? Maybe one more question? Okay, please raise your hand. No, you just can stay here, there. Stay where you at.
Hello, Professor Harry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do, but I don't see you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Umi. I really appreciate the program since 2005 to 2025, if I'm not mistaken. I really want to ask about how the teacher involved in the NLT program, whether they are they were involved in developing the module or only in the learning process. And the second question is, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, also about the implementations of the project, the NLT program. I mean, how teacher implement the lesson, since this is the integrations of science, technology, engineering, and math, which is STEM. So how teacher collaborate in the implementations of this NLT program? I mean, whether, because they teach a different subject, right? So how they collaborate, whether just one teacher taught in the classroom, or they work together. Yeah, yeah. How did they implement the lesson? Thank you.
Okay, very good question. It's really an important issue. Now, the school works, most schools work in this way. There is a team of teachers who are willing to teach NLT. And that could either be that they are responsible for one module, or that they would like to contribute to the module, but not being themselves responsible for the whole module. I mean, that's the case. In the beginning of the school year, they decide which modules are going to be taught in the various classes. And the responsibilities are shared. For instance, it might be that a certain topic some teachers know a lot about, so they like to teach that. In the other case, they give just a single lesson or two lessons just on specific topics in which the teacher responsible for the whole unit for teaching is not it really needs support from other teachers. So it brings teachers together, not for social reasons, but in order to improve teaching and to make interconnective teaching, interdisciplinary teaching possible, because that is missing, it has been missing in schools for a long time. And if the teachers are just teaching their own subjects and have no idea what's happening in the other subjects, it's difficult for the students to connect the knowledge. So don't think in terms of that one teacher is going to teach the whole module. There is variety in schools, and in that school where 10 teachers are involved, there are just one or two lectures they bring into the classroom during the topic when the main teacher requires them to do so.
Okay.
So indeed, and that's, I mean, now after 18 years in schools, maybe 100 schools already work for 1 year, for 10 years now with it. So they know how to do it. And in the beginning, we took care that the head teachers, the headmasters or mistresses, they should give some additional time for the teachers to prepare themselves. Because preparing yourself for the interdisciplinary module teaching requires more than the standard textbook teaching. So schools have to think that to support the teachers in this field, give them some additional hours in order to prepare themselves. Most students are very interested in working with this, and happy students, it's nice to teach happy students, but you need also happy teachers. So thank you for your question. I hope I clarified how it is working in practice.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your insightful answer, Professor Harry. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to give a big round of applause to our keynote speaker. So, because we have a very limited time, we going to continue.
Yeah, me too. I don't hear anything.
Okay. Thank Thank you very much, Professor Harry. So, we would like to award you a certificate for as keynote speaker in this international conference. Please give a big round of applause again, once again, to Miss Professor Harry Eikhoff. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to me.
Professor Harry. We hope that we could see you again in the next agenda, in the next event. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And we...
Recording in progress.
Dr. Jerico?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
And wish me luck. I can talk about this one under 20 minutes because I was told initially I can speak for half an hour, but I'll try my best to kind of pass some of the slide. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. My name is Jerico. I was originally born and raised in Jakarta, Indonesia. So yes, I can speak Bahasa. I can still speak Bahasa, but now I'm a senior lecturer at the School of Public Health and Social Work. So the topic that I would like to share today is about research pathway for improving population health in Makassar, Indonesia. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge the Tarbal and Yagara as the First Nation owners of the land where I now stand. I pay respect to the elders past, present, and emerging, and also would like to acknowledge the important role Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people play within the QT community. So this is the plan for today under 20 minutes. Just quickly talk about what is research pathways. Perhaps you haven't heard about this term. And I want to highlight mixed methods and implementation science, especially for medical students. I'm not sure about science or mathematician students, whether you've learned about mixed method or implementation science. And then I'm going to throw questions about so what. So just quickly to remind everyone what is research. I like what the WHO, the World Health Organization, cited in 2003. When we talk about research, it's about systematic. So there is a process. There's a step-by-step that you have to follow from the development of your research proposal and then data collections, data analysis, and interpretation. But ideally, research is about how to solve real problems. Whether you are statisticians, whether you are mathematicians, or medical students or health science students, keep in mind that research is about how to solve the real problems. Now, I would like to introduce you what is research pathways. Now, when we talk about research, I put there, you cannot do it alone. There's no one can do research by him or herself. You need a team. As a matter of fact, you need interdisciplinary team to address complex health issues because I'm coming from public health background and expertise. So I will focus more on my presentation about how to address complex public health issues in the context of Makassar or even Indonesia. Since we cannot do research alone, and this is where we need to ask ourselves, so we need other people, which is diverse expertise. And I like the theme of this conference, inviting and collaborating with not just medical students, not just health science students, but also collaborate with science students, collaborate with mathematician students or mathematics students, because later on, I will explain the benefit of having a diverse expertise in addressing complex public health problems. And when we talk about research pathways, most of the time we think too much about the formal communication. We tend to forget that we do have informal communications. So for example, if you are a medical students, and then you had problems in analyzing certain data, why don't you have a talk to students from mathematics or from statistics? Perhaps they can help you to solve your problem. This is a way to build and to have that stronger collaborations in the future. And that start with informal communications. So in other words, you are not just thinking about, okay, I'm just thinking about math, I'm just thinking about statistics, I'm just thinking about science, I'm just thinking about medicine. No, it's about a diverse perspective to address health challenges within Makassar context. And Also remember one thing, when we talk about research pathways, it's about creating partnership between community members. So those community members is not just your research participants, but they need to have sense of ownership in terms of the research that you will be doing with them. And don't forget to involve policy makers. I just want to quote a definition here. A research pathway is a step-by-step. So it's a step-by-step framework that integrates diverse discipline to address complex health challenges, ensuring that research is collaborative, context-sensitive, and then impact-driven. It's important whether you're doing your scriptsy or your thesis, you need to think about what is the impact, what is the contributions to the body of knowledge, which I'm pretty sure your supervisor asked that a lot. Now, I'm going to talk later on about the key components of problem identifications to policy translations. But let me briefly talk about mixed method. If you're not familiar, mixed method in a simple kind of understanding is where you combine quantitative methodologies, and that's concerned about numbers, associations, statistical outcomes and measures, and then you combine with qualitative approach or qualitative methodologies, where you're concerned about what people thoughts, people opinions, mostly text-heavily data. Remember, as a postgraduate students, probably you learned this one. It's a two different distinct methodologies when we talk about quantitative and qualitative. Quant, again, focusing more about what. The question is what. But qual is addressing the questions of why. And this is why mixed method is getting more popular in the last 2 decades or the last 20 years, because it's combining both methodologies to address a research problem using different lens and different combinations. I think feel free to share my PDF slide to the students. I'm going to skip this one. But what is the principle, Jerico, when we apply mixed methods design? The principle number one is theoretical drive is essentials. Many of your lecturers always ask you, what is the theory? What is the model? What is the framework? Be familiar not just with the classical theory, but also be familiar with the recent theory. So you're not using any theory unless you are doing historical studies. A part of that one, don't just use a theory that is from 1900 or 1800. Try to use more recent, up-to-date evidence or theory. And when we talk about mixed method design, this is where you can incorporate what I call the role of imported components. Was it imported components? Where, remember, you have numbers and you have text. And plus, you can do observations when you are doing a mixed method. And it's also important to remember when you do mixed method studies, you have to follow the gold standard of the single methodological approach. So if you are doing cross-sectional, if you're doing cohort, if you're doing prospective cohort study, you have to follow the gold standard of cohort study. If you're doing qualitative like ethnographic or narrative, you have to follow the gold standard. And then you merge the data, and this is where becoming more challenging and interesting. That follow my next point, because mixed method will have several data sets. So I'm gonna skip this one very quickly because I trust as a postgraduate students, you probably will learn this one from your lecturers. There are 3 different types of core mixed methods. The first one is convergent, what we normally say one-phase design. This is where you do, at the same time, you collect quantitative, and then you also do interview. You also do focus group discussion at the same time. And then you merge the result, and then you interpret the result to compare. This is what we call one-phase design. And I put the link there if you want to study more about some of the existing studies using convergent design. Next one is what we call explanatory sequential. And there's the word sequence, which means now 2-phase. So we start with quantitative data, and then we analyze the data using a relevant statistical measure, whether it's linear regressions or ANOVA or whatever you want to do that one. And then you follow up interesting finding from quantitative by applying qualitative. And then you interpret the result how qualitative actually explain the quantitative. The last core design of mixed method is known exploratory sequential design, which means 3-phase. So we have 1-phase, 2-phase, and 3-phase design. With this design, normally if you are creating an apps, if you are creating an interventions, if you are creating a new program, or if you want to evaluate new program or new tools, even those of you working in science lab, if you want to create new tools, you probably want to do the 3-phase design where you ask your user, you ask your patient, you ask your populations, what do you think about these new tools? What do you think about this new instrument? Does it help you? Will it kind of solve the problems? And from there, you do quantitative tests of the design that you created. And to summarize, there you go. There are 3 cores: mixed method study design, convergent, explanatory, and exploratory. Just briefly, normally I teach that one in 1 semester, mixed method back in QT. So what is the application? So I did a quick search, and all of this study are from Indonesia. So you can click the link and you study more. There's a telemedicine system evaluation using mixed method. And this is a matter of fact, based in Makassar. The study surveyed 100 clinicians across 39 clinics, and then revealing 78% of satisfactions. There's also a study about childhood obesity interventions, or primary healthcare readiness, or antimicrobial stewardship study. Again, you can read this one in your own time because of the time. Now, let me introduce you with another one that is getting more popular right now these days, even in Indonesia. It's called implementation science. Hopefully you've heard about that one before. Implementation science is the scientific study of methods and strategies that facilitate the uptake of evidence-based practice and research. In other words, when we talk about implementation science, it's about bridging the gap between research and practice. Sometimes they are distinct and they never speak to one another. But with implementation science, you want to see from the lens of research combining with the lens of practice. As Peters in 2013 mentioned, implementation science is the scientific inquiry into questions concerning implementation, and that is the act of carrying an intention into effect, which health research can be policies, programs, or individual practices, and collectively, normally we call it as interventions. And that's why when we're talking about implementation science, even as a mathematicians and statisticians, you need to ask the questions, how do we get what works to the people who need it? With greater speed, fidelity, efficiency, quality, and relevant coverage. So again, it's versus what we know and then what we do in practice. And talking about implementation science, normally you will be focusing either one of them of what we call as 7 Ps. Procedures, this is where you want to know whether you want to evaluate certain procedures, certain program, certain products, perhaps medical products, or perhaps lab products, certain policy, or medicines like pills or medications. You want to measure the efficacy of certain medications or certain practices or even principles. So you have to choose one of them to do the implementation science. And I just put here, sometimes people get confused. Are we doing implementation science or are we doing intervention research? Well, I give you the comparison. It's quite clear. The implementation science focusing more on the strategy to implement, to adopt, to practice, whereas the intervention research is more about assessing a specific intervention. In health, we have so many different interventions. Even in Makassar, if you go to Puskesmas or if you go to Posyandu or Pustu, there's so many different interventions that you want to assess the quality of intervention. If that's the case, then you are doing intervention research. You are not doing implementation science. Talking about implementation science, the sphere domains, it's well known, epistages and Paris focus. I don't have time to explain this one. This is one full semester back in my class. So some cases that you can think about, can we do implementation science or even mixed method in Makassar? Well, You can do it in terms of community health integration, scaling evidence-based intervention like diabetes, people living with type 2 diabetes, people living with heart disease, people living probably or post-recovery of stroke. You want to increase the effectiveness of certain program. These are all the potential cases and examples. This is all the application in Indonesia that you can do. Again, I'm proposing this one. How do we do research pathways in Makassar? Well, the first thing that you need to do is you need to identify the problem. What is the problem in Makassar? What is the health problem in Makassar that we need to involve our friend from mathematics, from statistics, from science and health sciences, or even the medical students? We work together to identify the issues. For example, dengue. I don't know whether this is a season for dengue in Makassar, but let's start with that one, dengue. When we talk about dengue, who will be our stakeholders? Perhaps someone from environmental science. Perhaps we need someone from social science. We need someone from mathematics because we need someone to develop the models, the relevant statistical analysis. And then later on, we do the data collections, we do the modeling and the implementations. Now, just quickly, with the problem identifications, you can ask a couple of things like this. What is the problem? Are we having issues of sanitations? Is it climate change adaptation or vulnerabilities in Makassar? Keep in mind, I've only been Makassar once. So hopefully next time I can visit UNM and then enjoy the Soto Makassar. Something you cannot find here in Brisbane, Australia. You have to cook it yourself. You also need to understand demographics. What is the demographic characteristics? What is the environmental risk? And later on, you need to prioritize the intervention. That's the problem. In terms of the stakeholder, how do you identify the stakeholder? Well, identify who will be the potential stakeholders. University, health offices, Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi, Dinas Kesehatan Kota, perhaps level of kecamatan or kelurahan, community leaders. And then later on, you do a collaborative workshops, and eventually it would lead to community ownership. It's very important to have community ownership and sustainability. From there, you do interdisciplinary research, and this is where probably you need the mathematics and statistical or statistician students, because they have the knowledge, they have the skills on how to do modeling, on how to do disease modeling, on how to do different statistical analysis, or even meta-analysis or advanced analysis kind of a process. From there, you do the data collections. You can read that one. You can use the R, Python, RedCap, or Toolbox. There's so many different tools these days. Just be familiar with that one. And when it comes to modeling, this is where you need statisticians, especially if you're not familiar with the Bayesian models, if you're not familiar with the spatial statistics. This is where public health or medical students, I do need help from my friend from statistics, from mathematics, or from science. Perhaps you are coming from environmental science. You can help the simulations and the modeling as well. And then at the end, you want to implement the evaluations, and that will translate to policy and capacity building. Sorry for rushing, but in terms of what is then, Jerico, the contributions of mathematicians? I'm a math student, I'm statistic. How can I involve in health issues? Well, mathematicians and statisticians play a pivotal role in both mixed method studies and implementation science. For example, in mixed method, as a mathematicians, as a statisticians, you contribute to the study design, how to calculate the power of the study, how to do randomizations technique, your expertise in regression models, factor analysis, or even using SEM, structural equation modeling, help the health expert or health researcher who don't have that expertise. In terms of implementation science, mathematicians and statisticians also help construct the framework. You develop different indicators. You can develop step weight or cluster randomized trials. You can develop a real-time data system or a dashboard for monitoring the interventions. Even in the context of Makassar, Indonesia, I could just think about modeling dengue outbreaks. Why do we still having dengue? Why not developing a modeling dengue outbreak so we can stop the outbreak, we can prevent, or even modeling of optimizing vaccination strategies, or analyzing health system readiness, or even using GIS mapping. You perhaps want to work with people who have expert with GIS using mapping. Mapping analysis is also important. So my last slide is about, so what is the roadmap for Universitas Negeri Makassar? This is just my suggestions. If the rector listen to this one or the dean, you might want to establish a convergent research hub. If you want to integrate different expertise, establish a convergent research hub. Having interdisciplinary collaborations, health science, mathematics, statistics, environmental science, even computer science to address the population health challenges. And then the next thing, you want to organize workshops on research design. You want to organize workshops on R software, Python, NVivo, or GIS, or SPSS, or Stata, or whatever framework you have, or software. And that's how the way you build capacity as a university. So you help one another and strengthen one another. From there, start developing community engaged research project. If you are a bachelor or postgraduate, think something that you can engage with the community. Develop your thesis research involving the community and involving other experts as well, using the participatory research method. And perhaps next time I can share photo voice methods. Perhaps next time, Dr. Chia, if you listen to this one, I'm happy to come back and then deliver another workshops on the photo voice, which is getting more popularity into medicine and health. Later on, once you get familiar with that one, you can design the mixed method protocols, including implementation science protocol, scaling up different metrics by the help of mathematicians and statistics as well. And then publish, don't forget, there's a famous terms, publish or perish. So you have to publish your integrations of having multiple disciplinary into research and secure funding. If possible, collaborate. Here in Australia is getting more popular and it's becoming a requirement. You have multiple disciplinary expert in your research. So it's not just about public health. I need to have someone from mathematics, from statistics, from anthropology, from environmental, or even sometimes from biology or from epidemiologies. That's all I have now. Thank you so much. Sorry for rushing, but happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jerico, for your sharing and knowledge. And that's a great summary, I think. Dr. Jerico, from what I hear, I can highlight several points about your explanation about a research pathway for improving population health in Makassar. So when we talk about research, we are talking about process. We are talking about how to solve problem, as well as collaboration and contribution is the key role in conducting research. So according to that, mixed method is we can use mixed method as an alternative to such research. You also mentioned the distinction of implementation and intervention as well. And yeah, for wrapping up this session, please, maybe you can join us in person here for the next event.
I would love to. I love visiting Makassar.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So we move to the Q&A session. Please, if you have any question, please raise your hand. Okay, we have one people here. Please
and
just
feel free
introduce
if you speak in Bahasa. I'm also happy
Okay.
if you want.
Feel free to speak in Bahasa, or you can just mention your question in English.
As long as you don't speak Makassar language, I don't understand.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahmawati from postgraduate student in statistics, Universitas Negeri Makassar. Thank you for your very insightful presentation. I have a question, what are the obstacles often encountered when using mixed methods and how to solve them? Thank you.
Wow, that's a brilliant questions because I teach mixed method unit in one semester. We have 3 meetings, but that's a good point. As I mentioned before, if I probably just combine using bahasa, it's been a while. I've never used speak bahasa. Jadi kadang-kadang kalau kita melakukan research mixed method, penting untuk tahu challenge. One of the challenge adalah we need more time. We need more extended time to do both quant and qual. Remember, I explained different approaches, 1-phase, 2-phase, and 3-phase design. If you're using 3-phase design, for example, the explanatory, that will take longer time if you're just doing cross-sectional study or quasi-experiment alone. If you're doing quasi-experiment, that's it, easy. You probably can do it 3 or 4 months or 6 months. But if you are doing mixed method, the challenge will be long extended time because it involve multiple team. Butuh banyak tim. Ada tim yang khusus tentang quantitative, butuh tim yang juga khusus tentang qualitative, juga tim yang expert in mixed method. So need more time. But if you ask me, is it doable for me doing a postgrad statistic to do mixed method as my thesis? Yeah, I encourage. If you want to try a new adventure, go for it. It's really amazing. But keep in mind, you don't need to be expert in both methodologies, both quant and qual. Perhaps you have more quant rather than qual. In my case, I started as a quantitative expert, and then in my PhD, I totally converted into qual. I do ethnographics. So I really enjoy both now quant and qual. I see that one as a benefit. So that's the challenge. Another challenge is the team you need is bigger. It's bigger to have mixed method team rather than cross-sectional cohort or even analyze secondary data. I think funding as well, that's another challenge. You need more money. You need more funding to do a proper mixed method studies. Hopefully that clarify your answers. And good luck for your study.
Thank you very much for your answer, Dr. Jerico. How about the answer? Any feedback to... Okay, I think that's a great answer from Dr. Jerico. So, any question? Okay, one more question from the online participants. The offline.
And I think I listed my email, so feel free if you want to contact me, if you want to have some discussions, feel free.
Well, thank you for the opportunity given to me. My name is Andi Nurkhaliza Chaifani. I'm a postgraduate statistics student in Universitas Negeri Makassar. Well, I want to ask about that you say before, you can do research by your own. Like you have to, that you need a team to do research, right? But what about if I have a mate, college, who's he just acting as a brainstorm partner. Is it include as a team contribution or not?
Good questions. Yeah. When we define team in research, on the top of my mind, I will probably propose anyone engaged in any stage of your research more than just 1 time or 2 times and heavily involve and contribute to your research. It can be part of the research members as well. And it should be listed in your research proposals. And when I say you cannot do it alone, I know as a postgraduate student, I used to be a postgraduate student here in Australia. I analyze, I think on top of my mind, 11,500 reproductive age women data in ND, in NTT. So I collect data, 11,200. as a postgrad, I need the help of 30 research members. So yes, you cannot do it alone. You need a friend. You have friends from mathematics. Talk to them. You have friends from medicine. Talk to them if you are not unsure about the topics.
Well, even small contribution, right?
Yeah, even a small contribution, you still to acknowledge that one because it's part of your research journey. Even someone who go with you in the middle of the night, print out your thesis, don't forget to mention that one in acknowledgement. Thank you for, let's say, on top of my mind, Rojak, send me a GoFood or Uber food or Grab food in the middle of my craving night. Acknowledge that one. That's the fun of research. Research is really fun, but you just have to do it step by step and follow the standard.
All right. Thank you for the answer.
Good luck with your study.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jerico, for your great answer. So any question, maybe from the online participants? Do you have a question from the online participants? You just can drop your question, or you just unmute your microphone and mention your question.
Hopefully, Universitas Negeri Makassar will set up a convergent research hub where allowing diverse discipline, people from maths, people from statistics, people from health and science work together in a research project. That would be great.
Yeah, we can make a plan about that in the next event. Thank you for your advice and suggestion about our international conference. So once again, any question? One more question maybe from the offline participants from here.
You can ask question about what is the weather, gimana cuacanya di Australia. This time around, it's summer. Musim panas di Australia can reach 45 degrees Celsius, so it's really, really hot.
Okay, so okay, if there's no more question, please let me wrap up our session 2 today. So for wrapping up this session, please I would like to express my gratitude to our keynote speakers, because as we know that we face a lot of challenges here comparing to the other nation that we must highlight. And today our keynote speakers shares their knowledge, their expertise from the other nation, from their perspective, from the other perspective. So I hope that our campus, UNM, Universitas Negeri Makassar, could contribute more to Indonesia through our research and knowledge. Now, let's give a big round of applause to our keynote speaker, Dr. Jerico Pardosi. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's move to the next agenda. The next agenda is certificate awarding, and maybe there's a photo session after that, I don't know. To express our gratitude for your contribution to the conference, we would like to give you a certificate as the keynote speaker, Dr. Jerico Pardosi. Please give a big round of applause.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll hand over the stage to our host.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lalu Ramzi. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Lalu Ramzi Rahmanda for guiding this second session, and also we would like to say thank you for Dr. Jerico Pardosi and Professor Dr. H.M.C. Eekhoff for sharing the insightful knowledge in today's session. Thank you very much, Professor.
Oke, mungkin untuk acara selanjutnya, next event, we have 4 vouchers. This,
as what we informed you earlier, that at the end of the second session, we will give a door prize for the participants who have engaged with these sessions and who have give questions. So we would like to invite the committee to send the name for us who are those lucky participants.
Oke, baik, untuk seksi pertama tadi yang bertanya, mungkin ada siapa tadi bisa angkat tangan? Apakah masih ada yang bertahan di ruangan ini?
Tadi yang bertahan dari sesi pertama dan bertanya boleh maju ke depan, silakan. Please give a round of applause for the first lucky participants. Please come. Please come. Yes. Oh, so there is only one from the first session. Congratulations. So we will have another 3 participants.
Yeah, another 3 participants for 3 door prize.
So we will have the name from the committee. Mr. Lalu, maybe you can give us the name. You can. Mr. Lalu will announce the lucky participants from session 2. Okay, so those who
Oke, untuk sesi kedua tadi yang bertanya apakah masih ada di ruangan ini?
Oh, they are in the parallel session. I think that's okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it okay? We still give the part. Oh, okay. Because they are still in the venue. They only moved to the parallel room, so they are still with us.
Yes, that's right.
That's why they still can have the door prize. So please, Mr. Lalu, you can announce the name. So please, maybe from the friend, maybe can come to take the door prize for them. Okay, so this is the door prize for Rahmawati and Andi Nurhalisa. So the door prize will be given by the moderator.
Oke, untuk moderator bisa dipersilahkan untuk memberikan hadiahnya. Tapi, but we have one door prize.
More left.
Yes, maybe
one more left. What we have to do with this?
We can choose in this room.
So we again give to the committee, or maybe Mr. Akbar, you can choose from the participants who is the lucky one, or Mr. Lalu, you can choose for the participants from the participants who will be that lucky participants who got the door prize from PT Prodia. Jadi door prize ini, tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk PT Prodia. Kami ucapkan terima kasih.
Sebagai sponsor dari door prize.
Betul sekali, terima kasih karena telah menyediakan hadiah untuk para peserta yang aktif selama keynote session.
And then who's the lucky one?
Who is the lucky one? Please, Mr. Lalu, you can choose for us.
Choose maybe.
Yes, it is. It is hard, of course.
Or maybe you have one question for
Yeah, you can give one
one
question,
question
and
for audience.
those who can answer
Ah.
can get the door
Yeah,
prize.
that's right.
So I will hand over the
Okay,
microphone.
okay.
Or you have the microphone over there?
Okay, I'll make one question for you all who are staying here with us today. The question is, it's just a simple question, I think. The question is, get ready for the question. The question is, who are the names of our keynote speakers for today's session, for session 2?
Okay, please raise your hand. The first raise your hand.
Okay, the fastest person.
Oh, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then you can raise your hand, right?
Okay.
Your hand.
So we'll count to 3. Please, the fastest person will win the gift.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, maybe you can join with us, please.
Ya, silahkan.
The time.
Both of them.
The first presenter is Mr. Professor Harry H. Klee. Professor Harry, and the second one is Professor Jerico.
How about the answer? Huh? How about the answer? It's not 100% complete. It's not 100%, but maybe we can choose another question. If they're
Unfortunately, yeah. Okay. Okay, anyone to one try?
another
Another?
answer.
Okay, please come.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll change the question. The question is, the question is, where is Dr. Jerico Pardosi come from? I mean, say the affiliation also. Not only the country or not only the nation, but where is he affiliated with? Okay, that's right answer. Okay, give a big round of applause to our
Okay, please, the Mr. Lalu to give the door prize for our winner, and then
Please give a round of applause for our lucky participants here who got the special gift from PT Prodia. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada sponsor kita pada kegiatan hari ini. PT Prodia telah memberikan kupon Nah, tentu saja ada offer-offer menarik dari kupon yang telah diberikan kepada para peserta.
Oke, tentunya sangat bermanfaat ya untuk
Ya, benar.
digunakan.
Benar, semoga bisa dimanfaatkan dengan baik.
Sangat betul sekali.
Betul.
Oke, terima kasih.
Terima
Thank
kasih
you
sekali
very
lagi,
much
silahkan
for you
kembali.
and
Terima kasih.
congratulations.
And also thank you for Mr. Lalu. Once again, thank you for guiding the second session for this event.
Okay, and the next event.
So ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our keynote session today. And now you can join to the parallel session. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's such an honor for us.
And then see you in the next event.
The next 2 years.
2 years, yes. The sixth
Seventh.
international conference, the seventh
International Conference on Statistics, Mathematics, Teaching and Research. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.